very important message. Please hold for a very important message. Please hold for a very important message.
Foodie Gang, gang, gang. Foodie Gang, gang, gang. Foodie Gang, gang, gang. Hey, what is going on, Foodie Gang? What is going on, Foodie Gang? We are back with another episode of Time for Tea. And in this episode, we are going to talk about the LA riots explained. And I tell y'all, as soon as I get on live, somebody calls me, and I've been up here for 2 seconds, literally, or 2 minutes, 2 minutes. But hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and let me get some information rolling across the screen. And shout out to all of the sponsors that we have had from this week. Thank you guys so much for always making this possible. And if you want to support the show, you can send a super chat, super sticker, hit the like button, of course, or you can just subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow me on Facebook as well. We're going to get into the LA riots. You guys have been asking for me to report on this subject for a while. It's only been going on for, I believe, less than a week, but there is so much happening every day that these riots go on, and they began as a protest. I'm going to make that clear. It's a lot. We're going to get into it today, and I got time today. We're going to be here for a while. I'm going to drop that link eventually, and then we're going to take these videos out. We're going to react to it, but let me play this video so that you guys know where we at.
Please hold for a very important message.
Okay. Hold for a very important message. Yes, time for tea and 97 videos. You guys know what I was thinking? I have 2 YouTube channels, Ava's Playtime and 907 Goodies. Before I created the third channel, I wanted my first 2 channels to be monetized. But I was thinking, I already have another channel, but I don't promote it, and I'm gonna change the name of it to like Time for Tea. I'm gonna see if that's available. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start streaming on 907 Goodies and that second channel, because Time for Tea can really be its own channel. Honestly, like, I wish I had a whole team and I could report on the mess 24/7, but I got a lot going on, y'all. I got a lot going on. So I'm gonna start another YouTube channel, and we're gonna promote it. And while we are live streaming, we're gonna do it on there too. That is the great thing about StreamYard, is that you can live stream to multiple destinations at the same time. And this is why y'all need to use my referral code for StreamYard and get a $10 discount. I like that you can stream to multiple platforms. So that's what I'm gonna do. Cause I was like, I'm waiting and I was like, I might as well start it now. Time for Tea can really be its own YouTube channel where we talk about hot topics. And I'm gonna have some more cooking channels coming out one day, but the hot topics is like super easy to do. I see why y'all get y'all mic up here and y'all just be talking and talking and talking. These live streams or this type of content is easier to produce than what I was doing, but it is so crazy because when I started YouTube, I started off with the hardest thing possible, which is kids content. And we've come all the way around the world, but that is what I was thinking of. It's like, oh, we could start another YouTube channel and just be posting, hot topics, politics, just time for tea content over there. And we can still post it over here as well. And speaking of time for tea, we got Dan, the breaking news man. He said, breaking news man has arrived. And I know it's time for tea, y'all. But your girl had a rough day. I got my coffee right here. But when this coffee gets done, I'm going to make honey vanilla chamomile tea. How is everybody's day going? Dan, you are right on time because we're going to talk about the news a lot. And I know you guys are seeing it all over your timeline, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, any social media platform. We're seeing the LA riots, which began as a protest. A lot of people don't even like the classification of a riot because it was peaceful. But even though there is peace, there are always going to be people who want to change the narrative and who are angry. And that's what's going on here. They've really changed the narrative of it. There's people lighting cars on fire, doing a whole looting, and doing a whole bunch of other stuff. So now we are seeing this transform into, or it started as a protest, turned into a riot, an unlawful assembly, and we are seeing the National Guard be deployed there. So there's just a lot of breaking developments that have happened within the riots. And then I am going to, but shout out to Dan, the breaking news man. Oh my goodness. I remember Rock Band and we used to always play it. And when we would play it, we would be like sitting down, you know what I'm saying? Just super lazy. So let me get one of those videos pulled up. And this video is from 2 days ago. Like I said, everything that has happened has been very, very recent. But it is escalating very, very fast. I had a couple of topics lined up before this week began that I wanted to cover. But because of the riots and there's also some YouTuber beef that turned deadly, we have had to kind of push off our topics that we were going to talk about, and we are going to get into the riots. I was up here recently and we were talking about food stamps. And I had NF up here and she was talking about illegal immigration and illegal immigration and legal immigration. And she was talking about what the difference was. And then it was so wild. I had her up here, right? And then these ICE happened in LA. And as you guys know, LA is a sanctuary city. So because it's a sanctuary city, the law enforcement was not able to really like detain or turn over illegal immigrants over to ICE. They were not allowed to do that. But what is happening now, very, very strange, is the federal government Immigration is still illegal on the federal level, so even though it's a sanctuary city, Trump said he do not care. And hey, I'm Hen. Hey, how are you doing? He said, hey, 907 Goodies and Foodie Gang. Hope all is well and is great. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Your girl had a rough day. And I'm hoping that this don't turn into a struggle stream. But I did have a rough day. I was just, but that doesn't mean that my day cannot get better. And what I say is when I come up to 907 Goodies, things do get better because I love having a conversation with y'all. But how was y'all day? How was y'all day? And Dan said that there is a curfew in effect from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m. in Los Angeles. And there are protests in New York City tonight. Y'all, I heard they protesting all over the world now. I have some clips. Dan, this is your episode right here. Because we talking about the news and we got the breaking news man in the building. This is your episode right here for you to really shine. So the federal government, even though New York and Los Angeles is a sanctuary city on the state level, the federal government said we do not care. Illegal immigration is illegal immigration, right? They have sent in the National Guard, they have sent in the Marines, and the Trump administration said if you hurt, spit on, or harm a police officer or a federal agent, you will be charged on a federal level. Because California, because it is a sanctuary city, their law enforcement does not hand over illegal immigrants to ICE. So now we are seeing something that is unprecedented. Biden and past administrations were not enforcing our immigration laws. And now they are. So now we're seeing protests, riots, a lot of stuff going on. Dan said just in Chicago is having protests too. Chicago needed to have several seats. And Chicago has a lot of things that they need to be worried about. And in my opinion, illegal immigration is not one of them. You guys need to be worried about your gangs and your young men and young women. That's my opinion, though. But let me know if y'all disagree. I'm gonna say it's been challenging my way, but I'm out here. In Mississippi, y'all been having protests. Look. When I drop the link on here, if you got time, come up and tell us. I never really, you didn't really hear a lot about Mississippi as far as like the illegals and all that stuff. Um, But yeah, y'all, and one thing we're gonna do here on Time for Tea, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna sit back and we're gonna, comb through all the footage that we're seeing. We're gonna put our own perspectives into it. Everybody's gonna be able to tell their opinion and what they think. Um, it's interesting to see. There's a lot of things that are happening in today's time that we ain't never saw before. I know one thing, I'll be sitting right here inside. I don't do protesting. I never protested. I don't do stuff like that. Nope. I'm not, it's not that serious for me, baby. I'll be in the house. I want to know, have y'all ever protested anything? Like, I am not protesting. I'm going to be in the house and I'm going to be safe. I don't got time for that. Uh, hey, girl, how are you doing? How are you doing? Oh my gosh. This is Goddess from the Empty Stomach podcast. They was up here on Sunday. We was talking about is Big Bone true or false. So hilarious, so funny. Girl, I finally went live late. And I was gonna get here earlier, you guys, but it's a long story. It's a long story. Dan said, this just in, Mickey Mouse is protesting that Goofy is undocumented. Okay, if you guys have been over here in 907 Goodies, you know Dan is hilarious. And El Chico, you are another person that I would love to come up and talk about it, just because you are down in Cali. Um, Chico said, "I'm into community engagement, so I've been in a few protests." Have y'all ever been in a protest? I've look. I'll protest from the house, y'all ain't gonna give me. God said, not Mickey. Okay, I am saving this comment. This is hilarious, Dan. That is funny. He said, Mickey Mouse is protesting that Goofy is undocumented. Why Goofy gotta be undocumented? Because of the color of his skin? That is hilarious. So, but we're going to get into what is going on with the protests. Let me put my headphones on. And I'll be dropping that link soon. It makes me so mad, y'all. I'll be sitting up here, don't be doing nothing. Seems like you don't lie, everybody start calling. And on my coffee here. I'm putting it on this side. Oh, and gotta say, I went during Trayvon Martin here in my city. Oh, that's so sweet. Um, if I do go to a protest, when it gets dark outside, I'm not gonna be there anymore. When I start seeing violence going on, no, ain't that serious to me.
These ICE protests over in Los Angeles and what the Trump administration is now doing to try to tackle that entire situation. I want to take a look at some of this footage over in that area, some aerial footage courtesy of our partners there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Take a look at this. President Trump deploying 2,000 California National Guard troops to LA over the objections of Governor Gavin Newsome after a second day of clashes between hundreds of protesters and federal immigration authorities in riot gear. Confrontations broke out on Saturday near Home Depot in the heavily Latino city of Paramount, which is just south of Los Angeles. That's where federal agents were staging at a Department of Homeland Security office nearby. Now, agents unleashed tear gas, flashbang explosives, and pepper balls, and protesters in turn hurled rocks and cement at Border Patrol vehicles. We want to continue this discussion even further by bringing onto the program now national security analyst, retired Marines intelligence officer, Hal Kemper. Hal, good to see you.
Good to see you, Carell.
All right, let's start with the basics. Hal, what can the National Guard do here in this situation? What was the thought process behind sending those troops?
Well, Carell, it's rather interesting. The National Guard has two statuses. They are a military force. Their armies say, their uniforms say U.S. Army or U.S. Air Force, depending on which component they're in. But day to day, they kind of work under the governor, more or less. The governor can call them up. He can use them for things like quelling civil unrest. He can actually even use them for law enforcement, although most states, they don't do that. But they could do that under state law if they're in state status, and it's what's called state active duty. What President Trump has done is he's called these National Guard troops up in federal status in what's called Title 10. That's a federal status like any other federal military member anywhere in the world. And he's using them, and that's where it's not quite clear, but he's bringing them up. He's going to not bring them up, actually in law. I think for the most part, they're actually activating National Guard troops in the Los Angeles area, but they will disperse to various locations to provide some sort of federal military support. And that's what's not clear. There was some language that was put out about quelling the riots or quelling the protests or doing something like that. That would be the president invoking the insurrection.
So do you guys see that car is burning? There is a lot of uproar about what Trump is doing by using the National Guard, using the Marines, if it's okay or not. And I don't know what is the answer to all of this, but I would say it is very interesting to see All this going on in real time. And thankful to the news for the 24-hour news cycle. But let's get back into this video and then I'll get y'all thoughts in a moment.
Act. That is basically saying that state and local authorities have lost control of the situation, and the only way they can gain control, protect the public, is to declare the Insurrection Act, and he could do that. He has not done that. But what could they do short of that? Well, they historically speaking, they can do a lot. They were used in the '92 riots in Los Angeles. Federalized National Guard and the Marines. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, has talked about possibly bringing up the Marines from Camp Pendleton, just south of Los Angeles. And they were used essentially to support and protect law enforcement in what they were doing, their mission. They weren't out there conducting law enforcement. That's a violation of the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878. But they were providing support and they were protecting law enforcement in enforcing the law. That's legal. They also could do other federal to federal support in that they could protect all federal property, even things like recruiting offices in strip malls or a post office, whatever. If it's federal property, you could conceivably bring in federal troops to act as security at that federal property. It's not very cost effective, but it can be done. So there are a lot of things they can do without invoking the Insurrection Act, but frankly, they're under federal status, and those troops are just the same as any other U.S. Army troop. They're under federal status, and they're going to basically go out there and do whatever a federal troop can or cannot do.
I want to talk about the separations of powers, because I just said that the president did deploy this, but Governor Gavin Newsome doesn't necessarily agree with this entire tactic. So how does this go between federal and state level when it comes to what these troops are going to be able to accomplish?
Well, if they're under state status, if they were on state active duty under the governor, they could actually go out there theoretically and enforce laws. They could use them like law enforcement. They could actually go out there and arrest people. They could detain them. They could put them in prison. They could do a lot of things. Under federal status, they cannot. Posse Comitatus Act says that federal troops cannot be used in a law enforcement role, and that's been used for a very long time. However, there are a number of things they can do. For example, the U.S. Navy routinely patrols areas trying to interdict illegal shipments of drugs into the U.S. at sea. Now, the U.S. Navy, like the U.S. Army, has no law enforcement authority because of the Posse Comitatus Act. However, they'll throw a few Coast Guardsmen on board who do have federal law enforcement authority, and the ship effectively becomes a Coast Guard vessel, albeit controlled by the Navy. It's a naval vessel. It's not like they changed out the crew, but they have these Coast Guard members on board, and the Coast Guard members can actually, stop ships at sea. They could search the ships looking for drugs. They could arrest people. They could seize the illegal cargo, if you will. They can do a lot of things like that. And the Navy personnel on board can actually act as a security force, if you will, for the Coast Guardsmen. So you have a couple of Coast Guardsmen on board a ship and a dozen heavily armed sailors behind them, and they do an enforcement mission. Now, take that example and translate it to the ground. That's kind of what you saw federal troops doing in Los Angeles in '92, where they were essentially backing up law enforcement, protecting law enforcement, providing security support for law enforcement, but law enforcement was actually doing that law enforcement job. The challenge here is the governor has not requested any assistance. In '92, the governor actually asked President Bush to federalize those troops and to bring the troops in. In this case, Gavin Newsome is saying, this is grandstanding. I don't want federal troops in Los Angeles. And it looks like the federal troops will be brought in strictly to support federal personnel, federal law enforcement personnel, and federal facilities, indubitably. That hasn't been said yet, but it's pretty much implied in doing that federal law enforcement mission. And the interesting part of this is that for most of the states.
And this is the reason why there is outrage, because they feel like California is a sanctuary city and that the governor is not asking for any of this help from the federal government. And so People in LA thought they were safe. It's a sanctuary city, so what's the big deal, right? Well, we now have an administration that is going to enforce the immigration law, and that is that if you come into America illegally, you will be sent back. You will be prosecuted, and ICE gonna get you. They thought because they were in LA that they were safe, and now we are seeing that that is not the case anymore. Um, I would say this: I'm not shocked by any of this. Trump has said since the beginning this is what he wanted to do. And he has always said negative things about California and the way that they were being ran. He always talked about how he felt blue cities were not being run right. I'm not surprised at all.
Local law enforcement have said emphatically. I read the chief of Los Angeles PD and the sheriff of Los Angeles County has made it very clear in just in press releases they put out today that their law enforcement personnel will not engage or support the civil warrants, enforcement of civil warrants involving immigration. That they will not go into these situations trying to find someone's immigration status. And so in that case, they basically said they won't support or enforce federal immigration law. So the federal immigration law enforcement authorities, ICE, are out there doing that. And the ICE folks were basically attacked, if you will, by the protesters.
They said, we do not care if you support us or not. We got the National Guard here and we got the feds with us. We don't really need the support of the local government because we are going to go around you. And that's what we see going on here. And I don't know if it's the way or not, but it is the way that this administration is planning to handle it. And we are seeing a lot of I've seen from the clips that I've watched, I have seen a lot of backlash amongst the people. They're seeing somebody throwing rocks, a lot of stuff. People getting spit on, which is very, very nasty. They are going to prosecute everyone that harms a federal agent or a police officer on the federal level. So California cannot save you. Okay, like the federal government has stepped over Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, and they are now taking it into their own hands as far as ICE, National Guard, and the Marines. I'm not saying that this is right or wrong, but I'm saying that that is what we are seeing. That is what is going on right now.
Throwing things at them, a variety of other things. And so President Trump is bringing these federal troops to protect those federal law enforcement personnel, to enforce federal law in a city and county and a state that will not enforce those federal laws. There are some slight parallels, if you will, to what we saw in the early 60s with Governor George Wallace in Alabama, where, basically the courts had said, hey, look, the University of Alabama has to be integrated, and U.S. Marshals.
So y'all see all them tire marks? Can y'all hear me? Y'all see all them tire marks in the road? That tells me that somebody was doing donuts. And donuts is when I think you press on the gas and you go around in a circle. This tells me that from all these tire marks that I see, that somebody was doing donuts. Or that could be the reflection. But this is like a big circle too. I think that this car was doing donuts. And cars on fire, they gotta burn out, gotta do. And Angela herself, why are you calling this a riot? Angela, that is what the news is classifying this as. That is what everybody is saying. They're calling this a riot. And I did say that in my opening statements. I did say that this started off as a peaceful protest, went to a protest, and then became unlawful assembly, and now has become a riot. and the National Guard and the Marines have been called in. We do not see the National Guard and Marines being called into peaceful protests. So I get it, Angela and Angela's out there. Feel free to hit that link. Okay. Well, I'm gonna show y'all some news clips today. We're gonna talk about it. Y'all gonna see what I'm seeing, and I'm gonna show y'all some of the clips and articles that I have. Yeah, I was like, okay, there we go. So it looks like somebody was doing donuts, in my opinion. And yeah, let's go.
Basically, the courts had said, hey, look, the University of Alabama has to be integrated.
See, right here it says LA riots. Oh, you guys can't see it, or you guys maybe can. The live button and the numbers is on top of it for me, but it says right here, it says LA riots. Like I said, that is what it has become. It did not start that way, but that is now what we're seeing. And it is what it is. Don't get mad at me. I'm just reporting the facts.
And U.S. Marshals had to escort the African American students onto the University of Alabama campus in order for them to go to class. Governor Wallace, a strict segregationist, called out the National Guard of Alabama and put them on the steps to block the students and the U.S. Marshals. And then President Kennedy turned around and federalized all those National Guard troops. And literally the general in charge turned around to the governor and basically said, sir, I work for the president now. I no longer work for you. And all those National Guard troops were stood down, dispersed, and the students came onto campus. So there's a lot of different ways legally this can be done.
Staying on some of the topics that you just mentioned, I do want to put up a post from California Governor Gavin Newsome. I'm going to take it here. So he posted this on X. I'm going to read it in full. He says, the federal government is moving to take over the California National Guard and deploy 2,000 soldiers. That move is purposefully inflammatory and will only escalate tensions. LA authorities are able to...
So I heard this from Karen Bass. She feels like, and also Governor Gavin Newsom, they feel like Trump sending in the National Guard, it further escalated the situation. And it's when everyone started getting kind of like violent. So that is their account. I am not on the ground. I'm just telling y'all what they said. They feel like him sitting in the National Guard amped up the tensions. And Angela said, people are going to say what they want, especially sources that don't live here. Angela does live in LA, and she has a different account than what is being reported in the news. When I had Liliana up here last week talking about food stamps, she did touch on illegal immigration. And immigration. One of the things that she was saying exactly what Angela is saying, is that they take one story, the one person, and they generalize it to everybody. I just want to say this. They have been doing that to Black people for years. We have all been criminal thugs and no good baby mamas. They have been doing that to us for years. So I believe y'all. I believe that that's what they've been doing. I believe y'all. So Governor Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass feel like that is what ramped up tensions, is when the National Guard was sent in. But I believe y'all.
Access law enforcement assistance at a moment's notice. We are in close coordination with the city and county, and there is currently no unmet need. The Guard has been admirably serving LA throughout recovery. This is the wrong mission and will erode public trust. Now, Hal, you did mention that some of these state and local law enforcement agencies are not going to be helping ICE with their operations. So where does the California Highway Patrol, the LAPD, the FBI, where do they come into play?
Well, the
See, the problem with the LAPD is because it's a sanctuary city. They do not report or help ICE. So if the LAPD arrests an illegal immigrant and they know it's an illegal immigrant, they are not supposed to and they are not going to hand over that illegal immigrant to ICE. Now, and ICE doesn't normally do a lot of operations there because it is a sanctuary city. What started off these protests was that ICE started conducting raids in LA. I heard they was going into funerals, they was going into schools, graduations, people's workplaces. One of the videos I saw was actually a construction site, and you didn't see like hundreds or pretty much it was like 100, but it was a lot of people, in my opinion, running away because they did not want to be picked up by ICE. So they started conducting raids in LA. And Angela, I agree with you. She said, now we have a-holes looting and putting graffiti everywhere at night. I agree with you that not everybody is violent, right? But those couple of people who are violent are changing the narrative. And that happens in a lot of protests. Honestly, like even when you saw some of the protests, like with the hands up, don't shoot, Black Lives Matter, it always started out peaceful, and you have a couple of bad apples in the bunch. But anywho, thank you so much, Angela. And Angela, I love having you here. I love having all different perspective. And if I ever get something wrong that I'm reporting on, I want you guys to correct me. I want you guys to say, hey, no, Chef, that ain't it. So I started conducting raids in LA, workplaces, funerals, graduations, schools, right? That is unprecedented because it is a sanctuary city. So people wanted to protest the fact that these raids were happening. And they did, right? They were protesting for a couple of days. I think it started Friday. Right? It started like last Friday. I feel like it's been less than a week for sure. They started protesting, and somewhere along the lines, I'm not sure where it turned into a riot or an unlawful assembly, but that's how we got here now. Now it is being classified as a riot. The Marines have been called in, and so has the National Guards. I will say this: I've never seen the Marines being called. That's that I've never heard that before. Don't the Marines do stuff with water? Dan, we need you back here to breaking news, man. Dan said Mickey Mouse reported Goofy as an undocumented alien. And she would say it hits different when you're from here. There are people really trying to peacefully protest. However, you have opportunists taking advantage to act ignorant and irrational. I agree with you. It's like it only takes a few bad apples to kind of spoil the bunch. And there are people that are doing it peacefully, but because those bad actors have come out and are looting, burning cars, throwing rocks at law enforcement, I think honestly Trump was just looking for a reason to kind of like send in the big dogs, and that was his reason right there. And Trump did say that. Trump said he was going after, hold on, y'all. One thing you gotta have, two things you gotta have when you're a content creator and you live stream, you gotta have some big lives. And you need to have something to drink. I got 3 drinks back here, y'all. That means we're gonna be up here for a while. Trump said he was going after drug dealers, murderers, gang members, and I'm like, you know what, y'all? We can't trust them. We can't trust them. Let's just be real here. How long have they been doing us dirty? We cannot trust them. They are not trustworthy people. So I don't think I really ever believed. What Trump did not say, the unspoken words was, we are going to start with the bad actors, and after that, we're gonna get everybody. That's what he really wanted to say. And yes, El Chipo, there are some people who are peaceful and some people who are not. And now it has escalated tensions. And this is where we are right now with the whole situation. Okay. Dan said the ICE on Thursday or Friday was going into businesses and taking legal citizens in custody. That's what sparked the beginning protest. Thank you so much, Dan. Because like Angela said, like they're only going to repeat or report key moments in the whole situation. And I didn't really hear too much about it when it was peaceful. I think I saw one or two like videos recording on it. And then when it turned like violent and started seeing a lot of people reporting on it. And Angela said that's why people are angry. Angela, I agree with you that that's what he said, but let's be real here. Y'all, I think we still waiting on that 40 acres. And they've been lying for so long. They've been lying for so long, and that's just what they do. Hey, Coach Fred, how you doing? How you doing? It's your episode right here. 907 Goodies Ninjas better have their paperwork together. SSI card, birth certificate, no PP loan, fraud, scammers. Trey can keep it real with y'all. Trey gonna keep it real with us. Trey said, y'all better have y'all papers right, or we don't want to hear nothing about it. Let's see what else in this video we're going to touch on. I'm kind of wanting to fast forward. Let's see what else we got. Oh, let's get to this part. Yeah, we want to see the boots on the ground. We want to see what's really going on. Okay, so she would say, I have friends whose parents are legal immigrants, came here, worked, and provided for their family, so I understand the fear that has been evoked, not just from criminals, but all of them. Yes. And Kiki was telling me that she saw a video where they went into the graduation, right? And they were taking the parents. And so the kids and the parents are illegal. They're taking the parents, right? And then the kids who are legal are being left behind. So what do? Do you go back or what? But according to Trump and the Tom Homan, he said if your family don't want to be separated, that's okay. Everybody can go. Y'all, this administration is not playing with y'all. And we just got to be honest about that. They're not playing. Like Trey said, you better. I'm laughing because Dan is about to say something else about Mickey Mouse and Goofy in Disneyland. But Trey's right. They better have their stuff together or he not playing with y'all. And I think that if it were me, because I'm very nervous, I'm always paranoid, this is too much for me. I would just be planning in my mind that my family was going back together or we're going to separate because this administration does not care. They don't care. Okay. Biden and them, they might care, but they don't care. Dan said, how does Disneyland not have riots with the high price tickets? That's what I want to know. I'm telling y'all, I've never been before, but I heard it's expensive. It's expensive. But I'm with Trey. Y'all better get y'all paperwork right. And I'm not surprised that they lie. Y'all, they've been lying forever. They've been lying forever. And even though I'm a law-abiding citizen, it don't matter. They probably still think I'm a criminal and a thug. So here we go. Let's get back into this video. Let's see what else they got to say.
Camp Pendleton is just about an hour and a half south of Los Angeles, depending on traffic. Albeit, I live in Los Angeles, so I can tell you the traffic could vary greatly depending on the time of day. But they're from Camp Pendleton, and they have rolled north, if you will, into LA to deal with civil unrest. It's not a mission they don't know. And I've over the years back, I worked very closely with Camp Pendleton on this issue with the Marines at Camp Pendleton. That was my I don't know if it was my primary duty, but it was my probably the biggest thing that I worked on, working with the respective commands down there for various situations, whether it's wildfires, preparing for civil unrest situations like we saw in '92 or whatever. So they know what they can do. They know what they can't do legally under the law. It really depends on whatever the president does at this point. However, you do have, and this is where I'm kind of watching closely. It is going to be. I'm not a lawyer, but it's an interesting legal argument. Is that the state and the local law enforcement authorities have refused to enforce federal law. And again, that takes me back to what happened in the 60s, early 60s with Governor George Wallace in Alabama with integrating the University of Alabama. In that situation, he would not either enforce or obey what the federal courts had told him to do. And so there is a bit of a parallel there, and I'm wondering if they do invoke the Insurrection Act, that they will probably cite this refusal by the state and the local, by the county and the city, or cities, I should say, in Southern California, or sanctuary cities, I should say, that to enforce federal law or to help federal law enforcement in this regard. So it will be an interesting discussion, and I'm pretty sure that whatever comes out of this may end up going to the Supreme Court. In fact, I would be shocked if the Supreme Court didn't have to rule on this.
You know how Los Angeles isn't the only place that we've been seeing these anti-ICE protests. I mean, they're happening all over the country. So given what's going on this weekend, specifically in LA, could we be seeing a similar situation within the coming days, perhaps? And can you share maybe the strategy behind perhaps placing troops in certain areas?
Well, the troops themselves, obviously very capable units. One of the reasons they always like to bring in the military is because they're self-sufficient. They have their own built-in security, if you will. Obviously they're heavily armed. So if you need something involving arms, well, the military is the biggest member of the gun club, so to speak.
And the fact that they have brought into the military for these illegal immigrants is just, I'm worried for y'all. That's what I said. If it was me, I would start making my plan how we gonna go back together. And I know that it's not an easy decision. None of this is easy. Even the choice to come over to America, none of it's easy, but I would be scared. And Dan said, a teacher said that only 8 of her students out of 35 came to school because they were worried what would happen to them and their family, even though they had their paperwork. I was watching this one video where it was a lot of construction workers running from the job site because they did not want to get picked up by ICE. I have not been to LA. I haven't been to Cali. One thing I would say is I was shocked, and I will try to pull up that video for y'all. I was shocked at how many undocumented workers there were. I did not know that the immigration system, or it was that much. I did not know that. I also feel like these employers who are employing these illegal immigrants and giving them an incentive to come here need to be prosecuted. And it was crazy to me how many people I saw running. Like, what? Y'all have that many illegal immigrants? What? Like, this is... I mean, it's so weird to me that there can be a federal law and the states can say, we're not going to prosecute it. It's all, you get a free pass here. But now in that same situation, marijuana is legal on the state level, but federally it is illegal. So, like that gentleman said, I'm curious to see how this is all going to play out. because of that little being legal here and legal on the federal level. How was all that going to play out? Let me try to pull up that video with that construction workers because I can keep talking about it. Let me see if I can pull it up. It was on Facebook, and I don't really use Facebook that much to like show y'all videos, but let's see if I can find this video because it was crazy what I saw. And then it's the fact that only 8 out of 35 students came. It's like there's that many illegal immigrants or immigrants. That's I didn't know it was that many. Let me see if I can get this video pulled up. Because these are some good videos that my sister sent me. And shout out to the Foodie Gang. I love when y'all send me videos, content. I love it. Let's see if I can get this playing for us. Okay, I'm gonna try to pull this up for y'all, and I want y'all to see this video that I am looking at. Oh my goodness, we got Coach Ferg in the building. Coach Ferg, this your episode. Let us know what you think about the LA riots and illegal immigration.
Well, what's up now? Hold on. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
907. Interesting topic.
Check out that slow intro. He want y'all to know you fine.
No, I'm an ugly dude. I ain't fine shit. But this is I'm indifferent about this type of stuff in the United States. I'm always been, first we should be first come, first serve whenever something is given. This is a craziest time in our lifetime. Probably, I don't know if anybody in your family is over 75. They've been in this subjugated life. All of us, been fighting to get out of the monster. Were you born and raised in America?
Yeah, straight. Alaska's a part of America.
No. Like in the urban cities. Alaska is a little different. It's like a state of its own. But as far as the
I
lower
was
49,
born and raised here, and then I lived in Oregon for about 7 years. But I was born and raised here.
Oh, okay.
I'm in America, though, Trey.
No. The reason why I asked is that because you ain't really got a taste of some of these roughneck neighborhoods, right?
Okay.
And LA is it's one of the diversest population in America. It has one of the largest population. I think 4 or 5 million, 6, 8 million, something like that. And it's so connected to Mexico, and what he's doing is just sorting out the bad weeds. We got enough crime, and I think it's gonna change. It's gonna change over the next 2 years. So it's crazy because we would never thought we'd see it. And just think about it: are they chasing black people through the streets like that? Nope. And this is a great opportunity. He's gonna wait it out. It's ugly. I just hope don't nobody get hurt. And he called the government, and the president has authority over the National Guard, not the governor. The president will call the governor, hey, what's up going down there? Well, If he start beating around the bush, president say, man, go on, sit them folk down there, because the military has a little bit more discipline than regular police. Regular police trying to get off at 5, and then you don't have to pay overtime. It works. What's up, Fredo Mortis?
Hey,
it goes
Fredo
back and
Mortis.
forth. It goes back and forth. If the mayor or governor of the state wants to invoke National Guard, they have to contact Washington, right? The president can approve or disapprove. But if the president wants to deploy soldiers in any state, he lets the governor and mayor know, I'm coming to your city. Get ready. And it could all be a game. It could all be a game, a ploy. That's how they play. It's politics. It's politics. LA's a beautiful state. Think about it. The Olympics is coming to LA. They do this every time. They clean up the city. All the bandits, everybody who ain't employed, everybody who ain't doing an honest man's work, you got to go. It's the way it happens.
And Trey, I'm glad you mentioned that and that you came up here because you're actually going to the Olympics. Does this make you nervous?
Say that. Don't say that. I ain't. Don't say that out loud. Scratch that. Delete that part right there. No. I hopefully, if God is willing, I can move around and see. I've never been to California. I've been as far as New Mexico, but never California. So I'm interested because the world is coming. The world is coming here. People don't understand. 907, what you doing? Connect to those people that's coming from the rest of the world. You'll blow straight up. Boop. If
Trey,
you need a bodyguard,
possible that the Olympics will choose to not come to LA?
No, it's already coming. It's already here. It's already coming. The Olympics is already locked in. They already bid on that a few years ago. They bid on the Olympics like 8 years in advance. The world has to approve it, and that's what they do. When the Olympics was Chicago, I was a part of it. I seen it. I'm telling you, Chicago tried to do the same thing, but they lost out. And what they do is what they're doing, which is not a bad thing, because Trump is the man to do it. He's weeding out all the bad apples. Every man is accountable. But I'm cool with that. Because don't you think y'all should be, kids don't even play outside no more. They can't walk to the store with their friends and spend $2 on some candy and do something. They can't ride their bike, skateboard, all the shit I used to do as a kid. I used to be 2 or 3 miles away from the house at 9 and 10. Now you got to worry about somebody in their early 30s, 40s, creeping around with the kids and shit.
And there's all type of gangs.
Yeah, but
all
the gangs,
colors.
But the gangs ain't really bad gangs. It's just young people, young brothers who may have been kicked out of the house and ain't got no, good family members. I got into a bad foster care. That's how gangs start. But a lot of them guys, they smart as hell. They smart, but no.
Chico, what's up?
What's up, Chico?
You, Trey?
What you say? No, she can't argue with me.
She came up here to argue with you.
I did not come up here to argue with Coach Berg.
My niece, I'll be done. I would have took her swimming back in the day. Like, if you don't get the hell on, I mean, if I'm wrong, I ain't wrong though. But hey,
this is a really interesting topic. Just hearing other people talk about it from other states, because at the end of the day, you all are looking from the outside in, right? Mm-hmm. And so even how 907 was saying, like, I didn't realize how many illegal immigrants was there, right? I mean, listen, that ain't even touching the tip of the iceberg, what you seen on that video, and so if the fact of the matter is, like, I get it, they came over here illegally. Like, I went on a date with an illegal immigrant before, okay? He told me his whole story about coming across the border, getting sent back. He came like 3 or 4 times before he was able to get here and like actually, make a living for himself. He started out in the fashion district, which is one of the places they hit downtown. He talked about how, like he started creating his own businesses. This man owned houses and all kind of stuff, so I can't hate on the fact that they came out here looking for a greater opportunity than what they were afforded in Mexico, right? And I'm just saying that because it's like this is the norm for us. Like we used to growing up with illegal immigrants. Like I was saying in the chat, my homegirl, her mama is a illegal immigrant. Like, it's people I know that parents came here illegally and they made a life for themselves. And so imagine the fear that they are having because like you say, they can't even go to a kid's graduation because the ICE is raiding the graduations and snatching people's parents. Like, imagine how traumatic that is, that kids up there, about to graduate, and then they see some people coming in and snatching their parents out. Like, that's traumatic.
Trey, I see you putting your head down.
But I'm just resting. I'm just resting.
You breathing hard over there.
I'm just resting.
And look, And no. I know that, like, I listen to a lot of the comments that, like, people talk about the Mexicans on the panel. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes I can't stand them. You get what I'm saying? Like, but the fact of the matter is we all done shared this space, like, I mean, I see people saying like LA wouldn't be LA without the Mexicans. And to be quite frank with you, like, when you think of LA, you think of black and brown. Like, they rep the Dodgers hella hard. Like, I don't know. So I do believe that people do come out here and they not all criminals. I do feel like, yeah, wrap these people up that's out here doing shit that they ain't supposed to be doing. I mean, I guess being here illegally is not supposed, they doing what they're not supposed to be doing, right? To a certain
but 907, listen, my point of view, so you know how when I'm speaking for, I'm not speaking for how I feel. I've had great Mexicans. I did work with Mexicans. Those people have took the process to become certified Americans. They're not taking jobs away from your son and my son and young brothers who are wandering the streets with nothing to do during the summer. No, the process is simple in America. You have to go through legalization. Just like if you was to go to Mexico to get a citizenship, there's a process, and there's nothing wrong. Every person's family, they understand the process. They understand what the process is. They try to run from now we can go to a so-called the communist dictatorship, but Mexico ain't really built up. Mexico's a third world country until you go to the resorts. It ain't nothing but hotels and stuff. It's but they come, yes, they can get opportunity. But when say he came one time, they called up with him, sent him back. Now they told him when he went back, go through the process. And the fact that he did that, it's all a part of that's like he's buying properties that black folk can't buy. He's buying black folk can't even get a house loan, but he can. I'm not feeling sorry for that legal shit because I couldn't go. If you pee in Mexico, they fine you. If you walking down the street and you do something, they fine you. And Mexican jails, they don't like black folk down there. And I'm not. Listen, I'm not mad at the Mexicans that are doing. I'm sorry.
Dan, the breaking news, man. What's going on, Dan? Let me get a sound check.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. I just want to make sure I got a sound check. Go ahead, Trey. We'll let Trey finish up, then we'll go to you, Dan.
No, El Chico, listen. Listen. The problem seems so crazy because they stick together. See, even the ones that have done it the right way through the process and the ones that have sort of just said, I'm going to take a chance because America is the land of opportunity. But are y'all getting opportunities? Are black folk getting those opportunities?
I feel like, and I totally agree with you, right?
That's the only point I'm coming from. Listen, I feel sorry for the kids, and it's just a mess.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly, right? That the Hispanics do take advantage of all of the resources that are afforded to the community, right? But if we look at it, the black people not even trying to take advantage. They got pride. You know what I'm saying? Like I give away food at the church. The predominantly the people that's in the line are Hispanics. The black folks, they gonna keep. Don't get me wrong, it is some black people that be in line, but the majority are Hispanics. And so they ain't gonna miss no free meal. They ain't gonna miss no free food. They ain't gonna miss no free clothes. You know what I'm saying? But us, we too proud. We'd rather go boost. We'd rather go steal. We'd rather go do other kind of things than utilize the resources that are out there for us.
We're getting away from that boosting and all that. All that's about to be over with. All of you have to earn an honest living.
Sir, are you looking to see what's going on in LA? Like I don't know.
I see what's going on all over the country. It's chaos out there. It's chaos. People are running. Yeah, it's chaos.
But what I'm saying is people are able to walk into the stores now and just literally just walk out. They don't have to run. They don't have to go jump in no cars. They freely walk in these stores, pick up merchandise, and walk out with no fear of consequences. Like so it's very high in demand as far as boosting and stealing and all of that out here.
Yeah, but that's about to be over with now. That's what I'm saying. All the chaos is
Yeah,
going to be
I
cleaned
think
up.
Trump kind of wants to stop that.
You're ready to clean all
But
that up.
what's, but what's going on, Blue? Let me get a sound check, Blue.
Yo, I'm here.
Okay.
Good
I'm gonna
evening,
go
good
to
evening.
Dan the Breaking News Man first, and I'm gonna come back to you, Blue. Dan the Breaking News Man, do you have anything you want to add? Do you want to introduce yourself?
Well, I just want to say that, you guys are talking about the struggles and stuff. It's like, as far as the panel goes right now, I'm the only white person on it. So, here comes the jokes, right? But, I'm struggling right now to find a job, and what I'm finding out is that there's Hispanics in some of these warehouse jobs and such that are illegal. And, it's like, there's jokes going around, saying, hey, with these, with the ICE and everything getting the illegals out, there's going to be jobs being able to be opened for actual legal citizens that have been here their whole life. So that's one of the struggles that I'm seeing that's going on.
Dan, can I ask you a question?
Ask me anything you want.
Okay, so you say you're without a job, right? And let's just say everything get cleaned up and you get you a good little job and you can hire some people. Will you hire some young black men?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I've worked.
Okay, you listen. You ain't got to explain. You said yes. I mean, I ain't hear a yes. Is that a yes or just a sure?
No, that's a yes because I've worked.
Okay, listen. You ain't got to explain. Just hire them and train them and tell them to do their job. That's it. Just everybody can eat. Get them a job. If you a job, I think you're. But I can guess your age. You're probably almost 40 years old. But
yeah, you guessed wrong.
You older?
I'm older.
Yeah, he sound like he about 52.
Okay, 52. You Gen X.
Hey, let's change the topic back to what we were talking about.
Yes, I'm gonna let Blue introduce himself, and shout out to Blue for being a member of the gang. What's up, Blue?
Hey, good evening. How everybody doing tonight?
What's up, bro?
Good.
All right, I'm just chiming in, tagging off of, I don't know the young lady's name, but after her statement, in addition to that, us as black folk, we don't help each other out. You got some that know about the resources and don't pass the information on, which is the thing I like to call the crab in the barrel effect. Uh, part of the reason why we're having the issue that we're having, we got a lot of people today that are not for real go-getters. People that are actually hungry for it and really want to go and advance themselves to get the help or get the resources. So with that being said, I kind of commend the immigrants. If y'all ever notice, they stick together. Like, I got two brothers that work at a car wash, right? They had a group of Mexicans. It could be 4 Mexicans cleaning one car together. One car together. While you got the rest of the employees over there working on one car apiece. The Mexicans is knocking out double, triple times more cars than the person working singly on one car because they working together. Part of the reason, like I said, grabbing the barrel effect. We don't stick together. We really do not stick together.
That's for sure.
Blue, I agree with everything that you just said there, and I think that you telling the truth on that. You speaking facts. That's something that we have to address.
907, your light is dim now. You know that?
I know. I'm gonna wipe my camera off. I don't know why.
Okay.
Camera. I'm using the one on my. I don't know why it's doing that. But Blue, you're absolutely right. Trey, do you have anything, or Coach Trey, do you have anything to say in response to what Blue said?
No, just to both points, it's from a negative perspective. Yes, we know it's happening. We don't stick together. And I think that those things could be of the past, though. I feel bad for those people, man, who have to go through that. I do. I empathize with that. But remember, my great grandparents went through that too, but worse. And I understand it's crazy. It's crazy. And it's a panic. I feel bad for the kids. And I hope that they can sort it out because there's some good people and they're going to be able to get a job. Because like El Chipo said, the youngest and the strongest, they got too much pride to go do an honest day's work. Those days for the people who don't want to work, regardless of what complexion you are, what culture, religion, whatever you practice, if you don't participate in the workflow, you're going to have to find somewhere to go. It's simple as that. And over the last 35 years, most young Black people, they ain't tried to learn nothing. We spend the most money out of everybody. But see, today is a new day. What do you do going forward for yourself, for your immediate circle? What do you do? Can you get everybody locked in? That should have changed your life. I'm trying to tell you. It's going to be space and opportunity now. So I keep telling you, the world is coming here. That's why they're cleaning it up. They have to, listen, you see the people in Congress ain't really saying that. They have to do that. That's part of the cleanup. If it was to go to New York, guess what? Everybody who ain't on paperwork in New York, where y'all going? Come here. Go get your paperwork. Pull it out. I saw Tasha K did a live, and I'm going to shut up, on DJ Academics. He talking about his passport is expired. He tripping. Come here. You can get up through.
I heard about that.
You can get up through, so you better get your paperwork together. That's all it is. Find y'all social security cards, your birth certificates, find all your kids, put all that shit in a safe place, and get locked in. Stop spending money on this bullshit that they've been selling us and save your money for 6 months. Everything will change, man. When they come back with the goods, now you can pick and choose what you need and don't need. Simple, easy math.
Hey, just piggybacking off of Blue, his comment about how Hispanics stick together. I mean, I see that. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll get a house and it'll be like 6 families up in there. You feel what I'm saying? And they'll all go out there and they'll get jobs, they'll save their money, and guess what? Each family starts branching off, you know, and they go get their own stuff. Whereas we, as Black folks, you don't really see that happening, you know, in our community. So it kind of ties into his the crab in the barrel, you know, mentality. But I was also going to say that the type of work I do, I provide supportive services, you know, and so I attend like a lot of resource fairs, you know, and again, like, so I'm in that arena of providing, you know, resources for the community. And so when I'm going to these resource fairs, it's more Mexicans than it is Black, you know. And in order to get Black people to even want to come to your table, like it's like pulling teeth, you know, because if you know, so I mean, I can't fault them for wanting to come out here and take advantage fully of what America has to offer.
So
hey, with your job fairs that you go to and such, do you think that in the near future, because of these cuts and everything with the government, are you going to see a little bit of a struggle, you know, with your resources being able to offer and provide to the residents?
Yeah, you know what? That's a good question, man. We'll have to see. I see new programs coming online.
Yes.
So I mean, there's still money out there, you know, and it's been afforded to these programs to give supportive services to the community.
Yes.
Because what I'm noticing, you know, I do go to job fairs and such like that, and they also have in my community what's called 211, to where you can call and get resources, you know, that are on the paper. But what I've done recently and stuff, because of these budget cuts and everything, you know, it's like the majority of what's on that page doesn't even help you anymore. So then it's like, where do you go to next? There's no next step.
Do you mind me asking, like, where are you from?
It's an echo.
I'm in Washington State.
There you go.
Okay.
Somebody got YouTube on in the background. Got to turn it down a little bit.
Yeah. And then if you're not talking, you can go ahead and mute up if you don't have headphones and a mic. But let me ask y'all this, because we're talking about Black people not really being on their square, not really working as hard as the Mexicans, which I agree with everything you guys are saying. During this episode, we talked about some of the cuts that are coming to food stamps. A lot of single women are going to have a tougher time with getting food stamps. Like Dan mentioned, jobs will be coming open. The illegal immigrants are going back. Do you feel like with all of these changes, we are going to see a difference in us as Americans? We'll start with you, Trey. What do you think, Trey? Do you think we'll see a difference with everything compiled together?
I'm gonna keep saying it till they happen, right? The scheming and scamming days is over. Those days are over, right? It's unfortunate that it's unfortunate that we hear it, but it has to be washed out. We get a small portion of that. We get less than 50%. I don't know the exact number, but as a whole, it's not a lot of mothers. They changed the laws a few years ago that you have to either be working 25 hours, just like a college student, or going to school to receive it. A lot of people chose, because Black people, we feel like we get to a certain age, we too old to learn. I don't want to go to school. So now, as your kids are aging out, once they turn 18, the states cut them off. And it's just unfortunate over the time. When crack hit, welfare exploded across the country. But it's an ugly thing. They go mine out the money. It's gonna take a first year. The fiscal year ends June 30th, and it starts a new one. So it's gonna go through that. You probably see. So everybody probably have a happy Christmas or a happy tax next year if you worked. It's gonna happen. He's finding all kinds of money that was going to dumb projects that kept Black folk you can't even get a house loan, but you can get a car loan. Makes no sense. It has to be documented. I've always said that. Since I came out of the service, I said everybody must be on paperwork. Some young people out there in LA, young overweight dudes and girls, get out there and work them fields. That sun will give you energy and you'll lose all your little baby fat. It ain't nothing but baby fat people carry around. Lose it, exercise. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a different opportunity. But get out there and work. If you get a job, work that job. Don't quit.
But see, that's the thing, though. We talking about jobs that people don't want. These folks.
Too much pride again, huh?
These people.
No, El Chico, I'm saying that with all this combined, with the food stamps, public assistance being harder to come by, a lot of jobs opening up, do you feel like the attitude of Black people and Americans will change?
No, I feel like that we are always going to be able to get. I feel like we're always going to be able to get around stuff. Is that me?
Say again now, Chipo. It's too much. Damn.
I said, I feel like we always going to be able to get around some stuff. Oh, is that me? Yeah, no. So I'm saying like how you were saying you'll be able to age out, right? From getting like the county. Then next thing you know, what do? We start getting on disability. We start saying, oh, this is hurting, or oh, I can't work. You know what I'm saying? So then now we start getting SSI checks. Like I feel like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a cycle, and these are things that's introduced to it's like generational.
Like they gonna cut all that out. Is what I'm trying to say. So people ain't gonna be able to play those games like that. They gonna cut all that fake stuff out. All this feminist mindset keeping us broke. No, every man and woman, especially, I'll say your son and my son are close in age. Those are the young men and the young women of your daughters who will have an opportunity to get the skills and get the opportunities. They may have to, and there's a thing. When you're young, you need to do some physical work. All this lazy shit. Come on, man. That cycle has to break. You out here hustling 2 or 3 times. We can't get 5 people to at least. You see what it do, El Chipo. Yes, people are in that mindset, but those days are over in America. You're going to pull your weight. Those that say they
Now,
want to
Chibo said it's not gonna change. They're gonna stay lazy.
no,
They're gonna figure out
y'all
a
have
way.
to.
Blue, are you there? What do you think? Do you feel like with food stamps changing, with the illegal immigrants getting deported, more jobs coming available, do you feel like the mindset of Black Americans and Americans will change?
I'm kind of 50-50 on it. I'm gonna say certain generations, the people around my generation, yeah, we'll get out here and go and work. Your generations after us,
How are
hell
you, bro?
no. I'm 43.
Oh, okay. You the first generation. A lot
Yeah,
of your
what?
friends was hustlers in the streets.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. I'm the last. I'm part of the generation that's the last of the dang breed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Blue, we know we see you, Blue.
Yeah. But Blue was the generation that they sort of just dumped it on them. They dumped it on him in 907. He was just out of high school. They was in high school, 8th grade, 9th grade. They just dumped it on him and said, "Go at it." And a lot of brothers started deleting themselves at a high rate, which we never had did in our history. And this for kids.
Did I ask you the question?
What's that again?
Did I ask you the question about whether you think things will change amongst Americans and Black Americans because of the food stamp situation? They're harder to come by, and also with the illegal immigrants getting deported. Do you feel like people will become less lazy and work harder?
I don't think it's going to change, for the younger generation. It's like I don't want to bring up YouTube since we're on that and stuff. But, with the technology era and stuff, I've come across a lot of channels where the younger generation tends to think that YouTube is going to be their lifestyle forever. And they're not even wanting to go out and look for a job. When I bring up, a topic of a real job, a lot of them say, well, this is my job, and it's like, I have a feeling we're going to struggle with that also, in the future here. And just to let everyone know, I'm 55 years old, so I'm kind of like probably the oldest of the whole crowd. So, but I don't see it changing drastically if it does any, because, it's like we're pretty much, some of us are all set in our ways already. And even with the budget cuts and stuff of different things, you used to be able to, if they cut from one place, you were able to go to another place and, get funding or whatever. But this, across the board budget cuts of everything, it's like there's no real direction of where you can go, to survive anymore, really.
So I have a question because Dan mentioned that he was out of work. So are you taking advantage of like the public assistance, like the resources like and those government assistance, like the cash aid?
Dan, you got
don't be calling that Dan like that.
No, Dan, you got a background noise is bad. You got to mute YouTube in the back.
Foodie Gang, do y'all hear an echo out there? Because when Dan was talking, everyone else's mic was muted. Did you guys still hear, besides Trey, we know how you feel. Did y'all hear an echo?
I mainly hear it when the young lady talks, and be honest with you.
Are you able to hear me clearly?
No. Somebody
El Chivo, do you want to go out and come back in?
Oh yeah, that was a glitch.
It's still going? Oh
yeah, it's still an echo.
Am I okay? Is there an echo?
No, you good now.
Yeah, I think it's El Chivo. You want to go out and come back in? And I have my headphones on, so it's like the sound is a little bit like it's weird.
I tried my headphones and it's not linking right now at this point, so I wasn't able to do that. So,
Dan, the breaking news man. My sister said, OMG, is that Dan up there? That is Toya. Her account is Miss Solistic. And she said, laugh aloud. Now that's breaking news.
No, actually, this is AI. This isn't actually the breaking news man. This is AI.
But Dan, the breaking news, man, I had no idea that you said 52, 55.
55.
I would never have guessed that from your sense of humor. You have more sense of humor than a lot of young people
Yeah,
have.
that's how Gen X roll, El Cheapo. That's how Gen X roll. What you talking about? We the best. We the best generation, top to bottom.
No, Trey, when you came
Hold
up here
on
last
now.
time, Trey,
Hold on
you
now.
got
Hold on
mad.
now.
Hold on. What's that, El Cheapo? What'd you say, El Cheapo? What'd you say?
No, El Tipo gone. This is
No,
me talking to you, but
I'm like 907. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
I said last time you came up here, you was mad. I said,
No, I
Trey,
wasn't mad.
damn.
I wasn't mad. I was just trying to sort of, the concept. It's a bad light. No, I wasn't mad at all.
All right, do I still got an echo?
No, it's better.
No, you good now.
It's
All right,
so
awesome,
easy.
awesome. Listen, so did
El
Dan
Tipo
answer the
said
question or
something
you
to
said don't?
say.
You said don't ask Dan that or what? Was
No,
that
I
too
said
invasive?
calm
No,
down.
ask
How you
him
talking to
again. Ask him again.
Dan?
I was just asking because he mentioned that he was out of work and he was looking for work. So obviously you got to have some resources like to get your daily subsistencies. So my is it echoing?
You hear
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Maybe that's the Lord telling me to just go in the chat, child.
That's the question all day.
No, to answer the question though, I have taken advantage of the resources and such in my community. But even so, the resources in the community are starting to turn away people because of the economy and the government. They're not really sure themselves on what's going to happen next week or next month type thing, to where they're really a day-to-day basis too with their own jobs.
I can understand that. Man. Listen, man. And I just go back to social. So Dan, you probably had civics in high school, right?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So I just look at America as a civics class. You're gonna have opportunity. You're gonna have it fall off. You're gonna have unemployment. You're gonna have poor. You're gonna have below. What I mean, not poor, but below poverty. Poor back in the day was meaning you just wasn't at the poverty income level, but it wasn't your mind. Today, poor is in most people's mind. It's the mind. The opportunity is upon us, and what America has not done to its citizen over the last 50 years is taught them educationally in the schools to be progressive. It hasn't done that. That's what America has not done. And they haven't trained.
I agree with you, Trey.
But, here we are. My man, they're adults now. When they started that bullshit, because Dan had a shop, home ec. He had all the stuff to help him be independent. There's nothing like that in the last 40 years. Nothing. And
right, they've done a lot of cuts and stuff in classes and stuff that we had, and those are things that were vital at the time to be able to be successful in later life.
Yes, and they saw that. And unfortunately, when you graduated, because I'm 57, and when you graduated, they bought in that dope to the Black community, and it devastated us. I've seen it firsthand. Mothers, because what it did, it took the mothers out the home. Because mothers was always in the hood, the projects, but the mothers were a unit. And they stuck together, and the kids would be able to flourish. The projects was not a bad place to be when you was in the 70s. It was the best place to learn and grow. But when they bought that dope in, young brothers had to make a choice. And the mothers, they were selling it to their own people. And here we are. A lot of people still recovering. I'm just trying to say what it is, because now is the greatest opportunity for anybody 21 and over going forward as a man, especially a brother, a working man. I ain't gonna say brother because there's a regular working wife. If you want life right now, you have to go get it, because the opportunity. Wait till first of the year. First of the year, you should be trying to get your job. When they go into that holiday season hiring, get your ass a job. Everybody that ain't got no job. If you disabled, that's different. I ain't talking about no
That's
dick,
the
but
only reason.
if you got a nub hand and you smoke weed, get your ass a job.
Yep.
One thing I've noticed
Right.
too, though, with job
sorry.
search and
I'm
such,
sorry, Nelson.
one thing I've noticed with job search and such too, though, is ever since COVID, it seems like companies are more wanting to, be more strict on who they hire, because they have, instead of having one job for 10 people, they have one job for 100 people now. So that's, it makes it a little bit tougher than the prior to COVID.
Hey, and look, I was gonna say too, pretty soon we probably all gonna be out of a job. I pulled up to a fast food place, and the little machine was like, "Hi, my name is Patricia. How can I take your order?" So I say all that to say that, listen, robots gonna be, look, before we know it, they got self-driving cars out here that are like taxis. You get in and there's nobody driving it. The car is driving you to your destination. You know what I'm saying? And I truly believe that even if you look at McDonald's and like these fast food places, they're getting rid of their cashiers and they're putting self-serve like little computers, like machines where you do your own ordering. So it's gonna be a lot of, listen, we in
I
for it.
agree with you, El Cheapo.
Yeah.
It's not looking good for us. It's not looking good for these illegal immigrants. I'm trying to. There's always hope. You just gotta find a way. And one of the things that happened in LA is when the protests began, it was peaceful. And then it turned into an unlawful assembly and then a riot. Trump sent in the National Guard. The Karen Bass, I think she's the mayor of LA, didn't agree with that. She felt like the National Guard made everyone pretty mad. Dan, the breaking news man, I want to get your thoughts on whether you think sending in the National Guard was the right thing or the wrong thing.
Well, hopefully I'm not echoing right now and stuff, but I feel like it was too soon. It's like they should have let the state government and stuff take care of it first, and let it, take its, steps. I feel like, the federal government, went too far at first.
Okay. Blue, what do you think? Do you think it was the right thing or the wrong thing to send in the National Guard when they did?
I totally agree with Dan with that one. They should have let the state assess the situation and handle it first. Our current president was so trigger happy and wanted to show his asshole, which is what's making him look bad right now. And the result behind it is what we got right here, and the reason why we're having this topic of discussion. Yeah, state of California should have they should have handled their should have had the opportunity to handle their first.
Like they're saying too, it's like he's using California as the guinea pig. Now we're seeing Chicago, New York, and even last night I heard that Texas was doing their own type of protesting. And it's just given time and stuff that it's going to go up the West Coast. It's going to go up to Oregon, go up to Washington State, because even we had our minor protests and stuff up here one year. But it's like if the world and the country are seeing California, and then it spreads to Chicago, New York, and the bigger states, it's just a matter of time, if we don't get it under control, that it could happen to our states.
Folks, what do you think? Do you think the National Guard was too soon or too late, or do you think it was the wrong choice? What are your thoughts about the National Guard being sent in to LA?
Whether it happened to last week, today, or after Christmas, it was still to the most working people. It would be bad timing. It would be unfortunate. It's an unfortunate civil situation. Again, the president has full authority of the National Guard. They have the Olympics is coming to the state. What are we talking? Listen, just understand that they have to do that. California won the Olympic bid. They have to do that. They did it to Chicago in 2000. They was trying to get the Olympics back in 2006, 2007. Everything that was creeping and crawling, they straightened it up.
You keep on pointing at the Olympics. Listen,
Yes.
the Olympics is gonna get what they gonna get.
But no,
even
it's bigger than how
even with
you
even with the homelessness, right? Like I literally,
where the homeless at El Cheapo? What they
they
do to the
outside.
homeless?
You want me to go walk outside my door and
listen,
show you these niggas sitting in their tents?
Yeah, they outside right now. They outside right now. Exactly. They outside right now.
No. But what I'm saying is, I every morning when I drive to work, it's like a few blocks of them, and I promise you, every 2 weeks they'll go out there and they'll clean it up. They'll go and throw all of this stuff in the trash. Everything that has been gathered by the homeless people, they just dump it, right? And it'll be clean for all of when I drive by, I see them cleaning it. I come back, it's clean. Guess what? The next day they done brought more shit back. Okay. Right. So I say all that to say that I don't care how much you keep trying to clean it up, they not going nowhere, especially if they don't have nowhere for you to go. And quite as kept, they do have those resources for homelessness, right? But people don't want it. They don't want it. What can you do to a person if they're refusing services?
They don't want it
tell
right
you
now.
where they finna send them.
You can lead a horse to water.
Man, they don't want it right now. That's why.
No, they got mental. They got it's mental issues when a person would rather live on the street than be afforded housing. Okay. And it's a lot of people living on the streets that would rather live there with no rules and be able to do what they want to do than to go and be in a clean environment, in a nice, running water, all of that. They would rather live on the street.
907. Let me ask you this.
Cheapo.
Cheapo. I've never been to LA, so I'm gonna ask you this question, right? Can you live outside all year round in LA?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
They do it.
So listen, they're gonna do it now. Watch what I tell you. Mark this day. As you get closer to the Olympics and they start building those Olympic villages and making sure the world has free passage, a lot of that you ain't gonna see it till maybe 6 months after the Olympics. It's happening. This is something that America does. Trump is just the one in office to do it. This was already planned prior to Trump becoming president. These things would have happened. And it's crazy that it's happening now. But again, it's opportunity for people who have been here, worked here, went to our dumbass high schools in America. It's a great time for you, man. Get opportunity and take advantage. If you don't be crying in 10 years when you're 35, 40, talking about ain't no opportunity. You missed it. Get out the way.
And to be honest with you, we have a lot of homelessness problems because a lot of y'all states want to send y'all folks out here with a one-way ticket. A lot of the people that's living out on the streets they don't even be from LA. They not even from Cali. They coming from other states because it's too cold out there to be homeless. So guess what?
Exactly.
So they sending them out here and creating a bigger issue.
El Cheapo, that's what I'm saying. Other states are already cleaning up.
They cleaning up and sending their problems here, child.
So now there's chaos.
Okay, but I just want to be clear. The homeless and the illegal immigrants are two different groups of people, correct?
I mean, you could have some illegal immigrants that's homeless out there. Yes. So I feel like it tie in because it could be it's illegal immigrants out there homeless.
Yes.
What year is the Olympics coming?
2028.
And guess what? 907. The illegal immigrants gonna be right outside with their hot dog carts with the wrapped bacon around their hot dogs.
No, they gonna
with
be
the Mexican corn.
No, listen,
they're gonna be right there.
Citizens. All them people out there they're gonna be already registered.
No.
All right, they're gonna be checking IDs.
Listen,
the Marine,
gotta think about it.
That's why you gotta get the star on your ID. You gotta be registered.
Man,
they're detaining them and sending them back. They're getting deported.
They just gonna come back.
But at least they won't be
I
there
don't
for
think
that time.
so with Trump. I really don't think so, people. If that were true, would they be at this mad protesting in the streets?
Because they
Once
can
they
get that
get sent
border
back,
together.
they locking down that border. The free ride is over.
So
Listen, the
In
last
my opinion.
time he was in office, he supposed to be locking down that border.
He
Well, he done
was
Everybody
supposed to be
know
building the wall.
He done
building
found
the
some
wall
new
and all
money.
this, that, and the other. If he didn't do it then, he's not finna do it now. That come
Facts.
on,
He
y'all.
done, listen,
He
he done
ain't doing
found some
nothing but
new
big
money.
talking,
He done
y'all.
Yeah,
found some
that
new
nigga.
money. I hope he bring all that money to the people. Give me my 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,000 that you owe me.
Nah, they gonna give it to Dan.
Damn, no, Dan.
Why they gonna give it to Dan?
Well, just drive the bus over there. Why don't you?
Yeah, I just woke up again from listening to you guys. What's this about Dan and 25 million or something?
Nah,
Show me the check. Where's the
Why
money?
they gonna give it to Dan now, cheapo?
I'll share a couple hundred if I get 25,000.
a couple of hundred is crazy.
What you want there, Chico? You want more?
Absolutely.
There you go. Get that shit.
I promise, if you throw me 100 mil, I'll do right with it.
100 mil, damn, nigga, you greedy.
Where we get 100 mil?
Hey, fuck that! I'm trying to get all my music in the acres I was promised. Come on, now.
Exactly.
Don't
I
hold
have
your
another
breath.
question for y'all. Let me go pull up this comment. Somebody said that Trump was saying that he was going after drug dealers, murderers, and gang members and alike. And I said, they have been lying to Black people for years. We never got the 40 acres and a mule. Are you surprised with what is going on? I'll start with you, Blue. Are you surprised by what is going on?
Nope. I see it every day. But I'm gonna say this: you just let the two biggest drug dealers out of prison, goddamn, a week ago. So come on, now. I mean, he doing what he said he gonna do.
Now, Chipo, how about you? How do you feel? Are you surprised by what's going on as far as everything with illegal immigrants, and Trump not being true to this word?
I don't put nothing past this man. I just, I'm not surprised at all by what he's doing. It's just giving us Black folks, hey, look, we could drive down the street. I ain't got to worry about the police worried about me right now because they too busy worrying about the Mexican. You know what I'm saying? So we kind of got to chill right now. We out here living. Juneteenth, hey, Juneteenth is coming up. We about to be partying.
Big facts. And I ain't working. I am not working.
He ain't working the holiday.
Nope, I ain't working. President Day, Veterans Day, 4th of July.
That fool was even trying to take Veterans Day. Did y'all hear me?
Now, see that shit right there. That's when I'll be done with it. I'm gonna have to go to Washington. That's all. We all just need to converge on Washington and say, man, give us all.
He talking about we have too many off days as it is, and
I remember that part.
He ain't gonna take Veterans Day at all. He'll take Juneteenth before he take Veterans Day. He ain't gonna never take Veterans Day because he just exercised his veterans. They out there right now. The veterans, the soon-to-be veterans, because think about how much all of those guys that serving in the military out there at Fort Pendleton and Marines, all of them probably get 100% disability when they get out of the service because that's traumatizing, going against your own people. Because this Mexicans done joined that they going against their own people. That you know how traumatizing that is?
Oh yeah.
Well, they gonna claim it because they gonna be all in their head about it, but yeah, that's a traumatizing situation. So
I think we're just getting too many topics, thrown at us all at once. It's like, just with our conversation alone tonight, we had like 4 or 5 different topics pop up, and it seems like this is what happens with daily news. If it's not a riot, it's this. Now they're bringing up the topic about the parade that's going to happen in Washington, D.C. that's going to cost like $34 million or something to put on.
Who's having the
You know,
parade?
Donald Trump.
Breaking news, man.
What's that?
I said, what parade is that? Breaking news, man. Tell us.
Well, there's supposed to be. They're claiming it's a just Donald Trump's parade, and it's going to be all the military, outfits and all that kind of stuff, and it's something that even Congress and stuff didn't even vote upon or anything. He just said that's going to happen, and it happens to land on his birthday. And he wants to be like, they're saying he wants to compare himself to North Korea and to Russia, how they do their military parades.
I was just thinking that when you said that, the military and all that, because in North Korea, they do that to show their military force. They have all the weapons out there. They have all the servicemen out there. So you're saying, allegedly, Trump wants to do one of those to show the force of the military.
Well, that's what he's claiming. He's comparing us to other countries that do it, and those are two countries that were brought up. And once again, I'm just getting this from news that I watch.
If he had ways to do it, he would try to be a dictator, just like those countries he trying to emulate. To be honest with you,
I listen. Listen, I don't tell me if I'm wrong. Man, I don't think. Okay. Are the American citizens, the majority of American citizens, that slow to let somebody just take over and have our children who are in the military just be under his authority? And we sit back like, oh, go ahead, baby. Shoot your grandmama, that makes no sense to me.
Yeah, they that slow.
He's a spoiled dude. That's what he is. He's a spoiled dude. America allowed him to do and become everything that he is. He was hanging out with P. Diddy now. So it's just crazy, man.
Back with the topic about the wall being built and it was going to be Mexico paying for it. Now we're already sideswiping stuff. Here's a parade coming up that's going to cost us millions of dollars, taxpayers' money. And also what they're going to do, they said, is they're going to charge people that want to come and watch it, tickets to sit there and watch a parade that's for America.
That's stupid as hell, too.
And they probably will pay for it.
Yeah, them slow people who want to see America stay in the 1920s.
Oh, no,
yeah. So would you consider the people that don't go out and vote slow? Because you have a lot of people that sit down and sit out of the elections because they feel like they vote don't matter and XYZ. So they sit on their hands and don't exercise their rights. So yeah, you said are the American citizens that slow? Hell yeah, they slow.
No, they're not. They not. That's their kids, and no. We got to get out of that. No.
Yeah, on top of that, real quick, too, it's like Donald Trump said that if people wanted to show up for the parade and protest, that the military and stuff or the police will be there to take care of them. So people can't even protest in our own national capital,
And he knows he has no more opportunities to become president. And man, they do weird stuff, man, sometimes, man. I agree everything. Dan, if what you're saying is true, listen, man, I'm not surprised that it's happening. I'm not surprised. So who's gonna take advantage of it?
Right, yeah.
So I mean, who's gonna take advantage of it? It's gonna be a new order in America in a sense. But I don't. Is America so? Are we that slow as far as our education over the last 50 years that we will let one man who, when we look at other countries that are led by one person and we like shame that country, oh, this country's so bad, and we gonna let Donald Trump with the comb over, who's been convicted, who said put bleach.
That's kind of like how Donald Trump is. That's kind of like how Donald Trump's been able to divide the country, though. So you got us that talk one way, and then you have the other ones that talk the other way. So that's where the division comes.
The country has been divided since they had these two political parties. Let's just be real here. Democrats and Republicans have been facing off for years and years and years.
in our face and playing. They've been playing in our face because still over my whole entire life and my daddy's life, 1% of the American man owns all the money. All of us are just worker bees. 1%. They gotta spread the money out. Think about it. 1% of American old civil rights, old Jim Crow white men have passed down the money since the last 150 years. It's time to spread it out. And if you're young and want to work, older and want to work, learn the skill, get out here and take advantage of it. Be innovative. Life will change in about 4 or 5 years. If not, get out the kids' way. Teach the kids how to be the best. Never take no for an answer. And stay away from people that don't wash their damn hands. I'm gonna shut up now. So.
The kids is already winning low key. If you look on a kid's YouTube, they have figured out how to make money playing with slime and they all support each other. The kids have already figured it out. It's the adults that I really think is, dragging the issue. But I don't think America is going to become a dictatorship. It's like, that's a far-fetched idea. The country has been divided for long before we even knew about Trump. Never was really together, in my opinion. But we're talking about these LA riots. Karen Bass she felt some type of way because the National Guard was brought in. I'm going to play a little bit of this, and then I'll get you guys' thoughts after. And if y'all can mute up while this plays so that we don't have any echo. But nothing was happening here. LA mayor blames immigration raid for violence. Here we go.
Mayor Karen Bass. Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi.
Hi. So
Thank
what
you
are you and your police force? I know how busy you are preparing for the hours ahead. What are you expecting on that front?
Well, I just have to say that if you dial back time and go to Friday, if immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night. I will tell you that it is peaceful now, but we do not know where and when the next raids will be. That is the concern, because people in the city have a rapid response network. If they see ICE, they go out and they protest. And so it's just a recipe for pandemonium that is completely unnecessary. Nothing was happening here. Los Angeles was peaceful before Friday. When we find out when and where the other raids are going to happen, that will determine how the police respond.
Mayor Bassett's Wolf Blitzer here in the Situation Room as well. The state of California, as you well know, is expected to file a formal lawsuit over President Trump's deployment of the National Guard, perhaps as early as today. Your own police chief says the level of violence he's seeing in Los Angeles is, quote, disgusting. So why not welcome more boots on the ground?
Well, no, I think the issue here is state power and state sovereignty. And so we do not believe, and what the governor is doing is separate from what's happening in the city. But what was the reason that the president had to take the power from the governor and federalize the National Guard? The night before this action was taken, there was a protest that got a little unruly. Late at night, it was 100 people. 27 people were arrested. There wasn't a reason for this. That is the concern. And if there was, the way it happens traditionally is that requests are made on the local level of the governor to send National Guard troops. No request came from the city of Los Angeles. What has happened now is an entirely different situation.
You know, and speaking of now, there are also, about 500 active duty U.S. Marines over at Camp Pendleton, not too far away, awaiting possible orders to mobilize. Governor Newsome has said that, let me just point out, Mayor, Governor Newsome has said that President Trump is, quote, putting fuel on the fire. And you've called the deployment of National Guard troops to your city a chaotic escalation. Why is this an escalation?
Well, again, it's an escalation that didn't have to happen. Why were there raids? You know, we had been told that he.
Okay, so there you have it. The mayor of California, or LA, sorry, is saying, why are there raids? This didn't have to happen this way. If the National Guard was not called in, it would not have escalated so rapidly. What do y'all think about this video? We'll start with you, Tipo. Just because we know you down in Cali, you got something to say about this. What you think?
I mean, I agree. I mean, somebody said it on the panel that they prematurely got the National Guards involved, and pretty much overrode what's his name, Newsome, and and the way he runs California. Trump is just trying to assert his power and his dominance and show who really is the boss, right? And so I personally feel like it wasn't the time to send no troops out here. It ain't that heavy, He should have allowed LA to figure out how to tame the crowd.
What do you think, Dan?
Well, pretty much, I'm the one of the panel members that said that earlier, but California's had their riots before and they know how to deal with it. And here comes along Trump and wants to step over the progression, that's supposed to happen. And I think that's just where it just set up everyone off, that's used to the norm. It's like they knew that it had to, take its different, steps of, the state government first and then go to the federal government. But it's kind of like that just overlooked, got overlooked, and that's what, the end result is. Now they're having to backtrack and, like she said, on the news clip there, it's like, they're cleaning it up slowly, but it never should have gotten out of control where they had to clean it up, going backwards now.
What about you, Coach? What you think?
Well, like I said earlier, 907, the president doesn't have to contact anybody to deploy the National Guard. That's his right. The mayor has to contact Washington to get the approval. They send word down and say, hey, we need you to blah, blah, blah. Again, we've been under this, we ain't gonna do nothing to the immigrants, everybody, you know what I'm saying? We've seen it. He said, hey, do it, it's I'm gonna do it. And what the government, the mayor and all them, the mayor should have been having town halls. Should have been warning everybody they coming. Cause the governor, he's the man. They got word, they should have been warning people. But again, you don't do anything and then you cry at the end because he's going to do what he say. He's not going. He already understand the presidency from the first term. He don't trust nobody. He gonna do what he say. So he didn't break no laws as part of his authority as the president. Now, if he wants to go to war outside of the country, he got to get Congress to sign off on it. He can't just send the troops overseas and off the borders. No, Congress gonna say yes or no. And when it comes to any type of, even this right here in America, like you said, when those reds and blues are separated, now they really together behind closed doors because they all get paid off of that. They all get paid. Watch, they all can go start buying some homes over. It's all a game. It's all in the process. They all go get paid off. That's why I say the opportunity's gonna come once they air it all out. They gonna come figure out. They gonna start registering black folk. Hey, you got your stuff? Oh, you ain't got it. Okay, you got to go somewhere. It's gonna happen. And when it's sorted out, El Cheapo, you get and 907 and my man, you get your job, all your income go up. You be like, oh, I like this. Then everybody will be like, Trump. But it's ugly. We've been under the feminist mindset all my life. So we ain't never seen nothing like this happen. We like, oh my God, what's he doing? Because all them handouts, it's going to get reshuffled. They're going to reshuffle the deck. El Cheapo, I need to talk to you because you can get out there and create your own project and work for yourself and make $500,000. But,
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like LA should be a sanctuary city? You know how ICE doesn't, the LAPD doesn't hand over illegal immigrants to ICE, Is that wrong knowing that immigration is illegal on a federal level?
Who you asking me?
Yeah, all y'all, but who want to talk first? You go ahead, Chipo.
I mean, listen, they like my neighbors at this. So I'm with them.
They're like, what at this point? What'd you say?
I said I'm with them. Don't turn them over. They're sending home emails to like parents at school to say, like, hey, these graduations are coming. You know, we're gonna be doing live streaming. So they turn.
I think you're going through a tunnel. I think you're going through a tunnel or something. But Dan, the breaking news man's finna head out. Dan, thank you so much for coming up.
You're welcome. I just figured, it's like, this is the first time I've seen you have this type of conversation. So, I saw I could link in and hopefully we could have this more in the future.
Yes, Dan. And then do you want to tell them about your YouTube channel where they can find you?
It's as simple. It's at Dan, the Breaking News Man. That's the title that I, have for my channel. So I've got about, I think about 70 subscribers now. It's gone up about 40 subscribers in the past 2 weeks. So.
Sorry, man. Is that your channel, Dan, the Breaking News Man?
Yeah, Dan, the Breaking News Man.
Oh, look, so I got cut off because, like, I don't know if y'all iPhones be giving like them warnings. But
hold on, Chipo. Dan was heading out, giving us his final thoughts and telling us where we could find him. Hold on 1 second, Chipo.
So it's still building a website and stuff. It's like my channel and everything. So there's not too much content on it yet, but there's enough to look at and subscribe to for the future.
Yes, and Dan's always in the chat when I'm cooking or in the kitchen or with the family. Bringing great humor and great, comments to the conversation. Like this one, this just in, Mickey Mouse is protesting that Goofy is undocumented.
Hey, once I did go live though and stuff, talking to you guys, this is big topics and such. I like throwing a little bit of humor and stuff, when I chat. But when it comes to actual live talking to people, it's like I kind of get on a serious note. So, I enjoyed the conversation with all four of you. And, I got a lot of understanding from different viewpoints, and hopefully you got some out of from me. So.
Nah, man, great conversation.
Yes, we sure did, Dan. And we didn't know about the parade. So thank you for sharing that with us.
That's great as hell.
That's one of the things, it's like I try to stay up on topics and stuff. So, that's one thing I might, implement in my channel and stuff is people can tune into me and find out, hopefully it's factual and such. I want to, make sure that, I get factual information. So I don't want to be, doing fake. Keep my channel more YouTube friendly and not really wanting to get too much news involved. I want it to be a channel where people can just unwind and, and relax and, be able to talk about off topics, from the day. So.
Absolutely. So Dan, let me ask you this question before you go. Did you vote for Trump? Did you vote for Trump?
We got a bad connection here. Hey, no. No, I did not vote for Trump.
Okay. Oh, did you vote at all?
Yes, I do. I vote every time that, even, on non-election years and stuff, I do vote for, anything that comes up.
Oh, so you voted for Scamala? I mean, Kamala.
Well, I really didn't have any writing. It's like, Mickey Mouse was already having to deal with Pluto and stuff, so he was busy there.
Okay. Well, hopefully, man, before the end of the summer, man, you get you a job, man, and just go from there, man.
Yeah, I know I'm going through a tough time right now. And like I tell people, when they, talk about the topic of being grateful for something, a lot of people say, oh, I'm not sure what I can be grateful for. And I say, well, just be thankful you can wake up in the morning and go to bed at night. I said, everything in between is kind of like filler. You don't know what's going to happen, and you don't know what the end's going to be. But if you could just be happy that you can wake up in the morning each day and go to sleep at the end of the day, just be thankful for that.
Amen, amen.
Don't get me preaching.
Everything in the middle, Dan, is icing on the cake.
Yeah. So, but that's a simple way I tell people. Just think of the beginning of the day like the front of a book, and the end of the day like the end of the book. It's like you got to turn each page, of the book to learn what the next story is going to be. So you can look at that as a daily thing, a monthly, or even a yearly thing. You don't know what's going to come until you turn that page.
I agree with everything you said, Dan. Dan, anytime we're up here, feel free to hit that link. You're welcome back to the channel anytime, even if we're in the kitchen.
Okay.
El Chipo, what's going on with you? What
Have a good night, you guys.
All right, Dan, thank you for coming up.
El Chipo went to the riots, didn't she? She out there. The sun's still showing it.
El Chipo. Trey and El Chipo is so funny because it's like they don't like each other, but they love each other.
El Chipo, she better not say she don't like me. I'll come out there and we'll get into a fight for real.
I remember when El Chipo was trying to garden. Let me see if I can turn this around. Okay, El Chipo going to the right. I remember when El Chipo was trying to garden and Trey was in the comment section talking mess. I was
not talking mess. I was just trying to encourage her to make it happen.
So they just sent out a public safety. They just sent out a public safety alert with everybody's phone and said that they're doing a curfew. And so over in the area where I'm at right now, wait, I'm gonna tell y'all the protesters, child. Look, they getting in their cars.
Service announcement. I don't know how I can make your screen bigger.
Are you on your way home? Are you on your way home?
907. This is some exclusive for you.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, okay, they said okay. Now, people, can you repeat everything slower for us? I got you on the big screen now, girl.
I was saying that they sent out a public safety message across LA County saying that they're putting a curfew out. So in this area where I'm at right now, like you can't be out. If you're not going to work, they gonna pull you over and do whatever they gonna do to you. So you see the people, they walking away. I was trying to find the crowd. You see people with their flags out. I'm trying to find them, child. I'm gonna go back home though, because I got kids.
What you took your butt home?
You said what?
People.
Hey, this is my city, man. This
Chipo, go home. Go home.
Yeah.
You trying to be nosy and stuff and all that with the folks. Leave them people. No, go home.
Oh, look, there goes some protesters.
Exclusive footage.
They better get the
got
hell
their
on.
flag. Y'all see their flag?
Yep. They better get out of sight.
Look, they going after
you.
You go hear sirens all night.
Oh, look at these people. Wait.
So the message came through as a text message for you, you said, or is that on the radio too?
You said what?
So it was a text message that they sent you and it was on the radio?
Well, I don't listen to the radio. It's like an alert. So like if we have an earthquake, if we have like, there go the helicopters in the sky. If we have earthquakes, if we have like missing children, like they'll send like an alert across everybody's phones and it'll do like this loud beep. Like, and so the message said, hold on, let me show you what it looked like.
So it kind of came through like an Amber Alert.
Yeah, it came through like an Amber Alert. And so this is what it looked like. Hold on. So, well, you can't see it because my phone is broke, child. Look. So it says a public safety alert. LA City alert. The city of Los Angeles declared that a curfew is in place from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. and then it gives like radiuses, like where it's gonna be a curfew at.
But
Yeah.
okay, then people in the comment section, you said the Bay Area was 4 hours from LA.
It's like 4 to 6. It's depending on how fast you drive, but probably like 6 hours.
Okay, so you're in the Bay Area, and there's
No, I'm in
even
LA, child. I'm not in.
okay. See, that's why I was
I'm
confused.
smack dead. I'm smack dead in Los Angeles, child. I'm downtown right now.
El Cheapo, explain to her what the Bay Area, where it's at, what it is, really.
Let me look at
That's Oakland.
look at my map.
Yes, Oakland. See, it's the Oakland.
Oakland. It's it's Northern California. So I'm in Southern, and so like near San Francisco, Oakland. That's more Northern California. Oh look, they got their little flags. Look at them. All right, I'm going home.
How do y'all feel about that? Them waving Mexican flags on U.S. territory. How do y'all feel about that? Is that wrong? I mean, people have their flags in the car and all that, but how do y'all feel about that? Trey, we'll go with you.
I mean, it's not, to me, it's nothing wrong with it. It's just a flag, I wish we would represent us with flags, whatever our little tribe is, But they have a national flag because that's their nationality. We Americans. Do we wave an American flag? Nope.
No, because we're not patriotic.
You've been conditioned to not to be patriotic. That's what it is. You've been conditioned. Because also being part of that patriotic is being, listen, it's unfortunate. And if you want to be patriotic to everything that you can control. You live in LA, you should have opportunity to enjoy yourself on the beach sometime and make a good living for yourself and your family, and those opportunities is coming. So look, all the protesters will be gone by the sundown. So,
Hey, Ferg, the guy was talking when he was giving his exit, but I was trying to show you. I had drove through Skid Row for you.
I seen. I was watching.
You would not. I didn't have a camera. Really, it was I was gonna put it on like the missions and like how they be having like all the people standing out with drugs and everything. Right.
Wherever you. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Open.
I just saw when you put the camera up. I was watching the whole time since you put the camera up. So.
No, this is wild, y'all. I don't know how this is gonna end. I hope nobody gets hurt. And like you said, it's like, what do you do if your parents are illegal and you're legal? Tom Homan said the whole family's gonna get deported though, or y'all can all go back together, but y'all can't stay together if you ain't got the paperwork right.
Yeah, because no parent will leave their child, and this is part of it. So a lot of people gonna be able to come back, but it's just gonna be going through the process. America first, American citizens first. Everybody under the civil rights movement, we all get to be second in line. We get to get in line and get the opportunity. It's coming. So it's ugly. It's an ugly process. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But you hit the nail on the head. Y'all can live comfortable. They ain't chasing black folk today, which is a good thing. Great opportunity.
Back.
So, but the Olympics is coming
now. I was watching this video on TikTok and she was like, "Black people, you need to mind your business. Mind your business. This ain't got nothing to do with you." Y'all was rolling so hard because she's right. This is an issue that really, there's not much we really can do. There's not much anybody can do, I feel.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I think they look for us.
I don't know. What was you gonna say?
Hey, no, I was gonna say, like, I mean, I think they looking to us, and I mean, like I said, obviously we all coming from different places and different perspectives, but like from out here, I think they looking for us to kind of stand in solidarity with them. My only question is if it was if the shoe was on the other foot and they was raffling up us niggas, would they be out there protesting for us? Would
Hell
they be going
no.
hard?
But 907,
No.
El Cheapo, you already know the answer for that. You already know the answer. Look
What
over
did
look over the last 4 or 5 incidents when they deleted one of us out in the open and we wanted to protest.
We have so many examples.
Yes, so
Nobody was ever standing by our side. And then it's like, so what do you want us to do now? But you're right, Chipo, if the shoe was on the other foot, we've actually have seen it. How many times have Black people been out and protesting all over the US? They was like, you ain't Mexican, you ain't with us.
exactly.
And it's okay, but keep that same energy.
Yeah, well,
You
I'm
know,
gonna be Black and mind my business, child. I just go out just to see what's going on. I ain't that don't have nothing to do with me. I'm not for them getting ripped away from their families, but at the same time, it ain't my fight.
But here's the thing. Everybody know the process of coming to America. All of our life have been needed a passport, at least. You gotta at least go through the process because guess what? They don't let brown skinned folks over here like they let everybody else. You come over here, you better have your paperwork together. And if your paperwork expired, you gotta go back.
Facts. And they treat us like crap. I don't know if y'all ever been to Mexico before, but when you when you get off that plane and you got to go through Border Patrol, they are mean and rude as hell.
I believe you, Chiba, because Chiba be traveling, okay? That Chiba got money.
Yeah, I said that. If they catch you outside breaking the law, you're gonna serve time. They're gonna find you. They take cash only.
Yeah. They say, give us the big ones. We want the big money.
I was in the military. Some white boys went down to war in Mexico on the other side of El Paso. Man, when them white boys got drunk, he took old B on the side. Man, they're like, man, everybody better give me $50. I ain't going back. Yeah.
I'm gonna put this video in the background. I'm gonna mute it. I just want us to look at some of the scenes that are coming out of these riots. Is now what they're calling it is a riot. They're not saying protest no more. They're using tear gas, rubber bullets. They have the National Guard there. It's getting pretty serious, y'all. It is not a joke. Which is why, as Trey was telling you to get in the house, Chiba. We need, like you said, ain't your business, ain't your problem.
It ain't. I just drove by. That's it. Hey, I wasn't gonna get out the car and get shot by no rubber bullets. Hell no.
But thank you for that exclusive footage.
Yeah, that was live right there. That was exciting. I was like intensely watching, like,
Oh, and let me ask you guys what you think about this. Pam Bundy, I forgot what position she is, but she's with law enforcement and all that stuff on the federal level. She's saying that these people that are throwing rocks at the guards or law enforcement, spitting on them, hitting them, and throwing stuff at them, will be prosecuted on the federal level.
As they should.
I agree with you, Chipo. What do you think, Trey?
Of course. But here's the problem, though. You see what was happening? That wasn't happening to soldiers. That was happening to police officers who came to work, they expected to do 8 hours and get out. This is what they're doing to the people who are being paid by the state, right? So, of course, if I'm like, hold up. They're not going to be out there just disrespecting the popo. Let me call the big boys in, and the popo can get off work, because guess what? The military is 24 hours and 7 days a week. So they already getting paid their salary. You ain't got to give no overtime, and they train to keep order. What they gonna do, they gonna start blocking off streets.
Well, you already know that there's a disconnect between the people and law enforcement anyway. So anytime they could try to, pull some ish on them and disrespect them, they gonna do it because they don't respect the police. Like,
Exactly. So based off what's happening, how can the mayor see they got the sister up there and the woman that look black, so they can just really play in our face? Why come the governor ain't talking to the news? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That ain't even her position to be talking. She just talking. Oh, everybody, why did they do this? It's chaos. The police shouldn't even really have to be going through all that.
And you're right, though, as far as the
law.
money part. As far as the money part, because if they have to watch these riots and protesters, it is going to run up a big bill that you are going to have to pay, El Cheapo, because you're a taxpayer.
Yeah, no, I get it. And a lot of those people, like I said, a lot of those people out there are opportunists. They out there not necessarily because they care about the cause, but because they could cause disruption. They could try to loot areas. Like they tried to break into a shoe store. So they're utilizing this as an opportunity for gain. Some of them. So I mean, if they get caught, I feel like they should be prosecuted.
Oh my God! Even throwing smoke bomb, man. I wouldn't hear my man. Listen, if I was one of them, me the way I am, man, I'd be long gone, man. I'd be straight out of Dodge. You ain't gonna catch me. You ain't gonna find me. I'm gone. I'm moving around. I'm not being in that.
And look at that police car surrounded by all these people. I get what you're saying, Trey, and I get what y'all are saying about it being an over escalation of force with the National Guard, but maybe the force needs to be shown because it's kind of looking a little bit chaotic. But I'm on the outside looking in. El Cheapo is really down there, so I love how we have different perspectives. And Trey is from a military background.
I say this, the people know the consequences that come with going out there and rioting or protesting or whatever the case may be. You know that there is a chance that you're gonna get roughed up by the police, that you're gonna get arrested, that you might get shot with one of them rubber bullets. You might get shot with a real bullet. Hell, who knows? But that's the chances and the risk that you take by going out there and being a part of that. And so if the guards want to start exerting like force, as you say, then hey, that they live. That's the consequences. Because they should go home. If the people is telling, like I said, they just put a curfew out. So if them people don't go home, then that gives them the right to start going in on these people. Because it's like, no, we set a curfew. You out here and you disobeying the law at this point, like what we put across the city.
Right. You know what? You know what's crazy about this, right? That's why I always believe that we the people of God, right? Because we have empathy for them, right? Remember just during the election time when they was in our face talking about we getting all y'all food stamps, y'all niggas is broke. Remember that time? Remember that? Now see, this is the problem with the new age of emotion. They out there using tear gas and you know what I'm saying? That's it's quick to do it. Everything is looking crazy because most of the police are former military. And they don't care. They're going to exercise what they've been trained to do. And I understand putting up for you. I don't know. It's just ugly. You know what I'm saying? I know something that can really be an advantage for working class young people of color, man. They can really take advantage of this. And it's just unfortunate that we seeing it play out, but it wasn't no difference. This ain't even nothing compared to the 60s civil rights. Nothing at all. So
Yeah, but
another
look how
place in history.
they was doing us though back then. So like I'm curious to see when they gonna pull some dogs out
No,
and
you're not
start.
gonna see that. You'll never see that, El Chico. It was inhumane when they did it, and they definitely wouldn't do it today. Not America. It's inhumane today.
But
You'll
I
never
mean,
see
but
it.
they still doing inhumane things though, because from my
But
understanding, they gaffling them up in like little trucks. You know how they put the dogs in there when they
yeah,
go
little
catch them.
cages. Yeah, little
Yeah,
cages.
so
Yeah,
that's
little
inhumane.
cages. Well, yeah, it is. But when have they not chained and shackled the people together? So let's go back to biblical times.
Right.
They've
So
been doing this dirty though.
right.
Look at the prison system. The prison system been jacked up. I don't know
Yes.
why anybody is surprised by
Yes.
anything that's going on. Talking about what's right and what's wrong. These people been wrong.
Yes. Been wrong.
They've
Way before we was here.
been racist too, in my opinion. So we not even. That's why
Allegedly.
black people said we need to mind our own business and we need to sit back and be like, well, we tried to tell everybody, y'all didn't believe us. Now it is your turn.
And learn to work
And
together.
I'm gonna mind my business, child.
And it's wrong to say it, but it's like, well, we've been trying to tell you about these people. Nobody believed us. They thought we was criminals and thugs and single baby mamas or single mothers. That's all they thought. They still think that about us.
Yeah, but we 10 times better than that. You're right. We 10 times better than what they make us out to be. So that's why I say this is a great time, man, for y'all and everybody out here in the grind, man. It's a great time to take advantage of it. Opportunity will afford you if you are connecting the dots and getting the resources, like El Chipo said. It's money out there. It is money out there, and if you got a skill and you can present something to the world, people will buy. But a lot of these jobs are becoming automated. We got millions of young black people playing video games.
Oh, wait a minute, child. They out here near me now. Look, wait, I'm about to hit a corner. They on the corner with their little Mexico flags. I'm gonna turn the camera on. Hold on.
Okay. We're gonna get you right to the back to the right scene. Let me figure out which one.
Yeah,
I'm a honk too.
Just cruise 2 miles an hour.
Wait,
Cruise through like you in the park.
Wait, oh, here we go. Let's go. Hold on.
Slow down, that Chipo.
Wait, I didn't hit him yet. Wait, look.
Slow down. Seen that too.
Okay, so I could go out here. I'm gonna go. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go out there. Watch.
Go home.
People, don't be blaming us if something go wrong.
Right,
this is not downtown, child. I'm just about to go. Look, I'm at CVS. It's okay. I'm at CVS.
So just slow down, El Chipo. You're driving too fast.
Hey, I was making a left-hand turn. I had to because
you
there
made
was
an
somebody
illegal
behind
turn.
me. Yeah. No, it wasn't illegal. No. It was a left-hand turn. And so, hold on. I'm trying to park. Hold on.
Look, Trey, don't be trying to tell on her.
No, just focus on. I'm safety first. No, I'm safety first. You gotta be safe.
No, it was legal. Absolutely.
I want to be safe. She out and it's getting dark. So hurry up, get your video and lock it in.
Look, here's a 2-in-1 for you. You see the homeless encampments across the street? Look at that. Right outside McDonald's. Hold on. Shoot. Hold that thought. I'm about to go get one of their signs and everything. Hold on.
Do a interview with one of the protesters.
This is live. This is all right here. I'm cool with this. This is exclusive.
And Will said, be careful. Shout out to Will, always watching, always tuning in. We got El Cheapo, boots on the ground for real. We are reporting live from the streets of LA.
So
El
what does this
Cheapo,
say? Let's see what that say. So
what's
what
that
can you
mean?
translate that?
I don't believe in borders.
Okay.
No,
No one's illegal
no cierra fronteras.
on a land that is stolen.
Yeah, yeah.
And then on the top, I'm another one. On top of it, I'm another immigrant.
Okay.
Stop separating families.
Okay. And that say chinga tu madre. I know what that means. I know what that means. Yeah, I know that one. Period. Look, I'm on YouTube Live, so I got it. Huh? Want me to hold it? Period. Look, y'all.
This is cool.
Y'all people crazy.
Man, this is an exclusive. What are we talking about, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen?
y'all
Hit the like button.
Support the channel.
Hit the like button. Hit the cash out. Just donate. Exclusive live on 907 with El Cheapo. Video capture.
You are literally in the protest. Or some people want to call it a riot, but these are people who are out here peacefully protesting, standing on the corner, minding their, you know what I'm saying? McDonald's is always in the forefront. We always talking about McDonald's over here. Yes, these are the peaceful protesters.
Can y'all hear?
Yes. Are you gonna walk around? You ain't got no sign.
Did y'all hear me with the sign? Did y'all see me with the sign?
Yeah, we saw you.
Yeah, we heard it too.
Child.
Yeah,
so I mean they doing a peaceful protesting, you know. This is what you call peaceful protesting, guys.
Oh yes.
All right.
Yes. Okay, now go home, man. All right. Tell everybody bye.
You said go home.
Yes, go home. Go home.
Charlie is so funny. What's he saying with that microphone? What is he
y'all got
saying?
some drinks too? What y'all got over here? Let's see what they got to drink.
People always trying to support
the real shit right here.
What y'all got something to drink? What's this? Some water. Can I have one?
Oh, she asking for one.
Thank you. Oh, there go the police, y'all.
Oh, let's see what you got to
Some water. Hold on.
El Cheapo, you better get out of here.
Chinga tu mira.
You better go to other people.
Chinga tu mira. What are we saying? What are we saying? What are we saying right now? What does chinga tu mira mean? Oh, okay. Chinga tu mira. There go the police, y'all. Woo! Y'all know I look Mexican. Woo!
Okay.
Woo! Woo!
And people out with the protesters, sitting with them, drinking their water, anyone that some will call it. But everybody is not bad. Everybody is not violent. There are good people.
So see, yeah, y'all see, they not violent. They out here just got their signs and people are honking, you know. They not destroying no property. They just out here, you know, peacefully protesting.
Cheapo, so there is a curfew.
Not right here. It's a curfew over in downtown where I just drove to, where you seen all the police with the sirens.
Yeah,
that's where the curfew is at. Not over here.
Oh, okay.
Eventually, it'll be over, El Cheapo. They gonna spread it. Once they lock down downtown, everybody else going to come on too.
The black people, look. Huh? He got too much.
El Cheapo, she gangster. That's some real shit.
El Cheapo, get your black people shots.
Hey, so how do y'all feel about this? How do y'all feel about that?
I feel
Yeah.
like they stupid dudes out here doing this shit. On some real shit, I feel it, and I'm down for the cause. You feel me? Because we all in this shit together.
Right,
for real.
right.
But the thing is, what they doing is what the government wants them to do. Y'all out here acting stupid. That's gonna cause a civil war because they're gonna pull the police back, and then they're gonna bring in martial law and have everybody up in concentration camps. They don't realize this shit though. You can't tell everybody.
Yeah, so we just gonna mind our business because they mess with them. We gonna
I
you
sure
know.
do, baby.
Because Juneteenth is coming. We gotta celebrate Juneteenth, y'all.
I'm with the movement. So. Nah, you ain't gonna catch me protesting.
Okay.
You ain't gonna, you ain't gonna catch
I was stuck in that shit yesterday. They was all getting shot.
Downtown or in Compton?
I was in downtown.
Okay. Did y'all get the message where it said they put a curfew?
Oh, nah.
Oh.
But this been happening
Put a curfew
for
on
years.
who? On us?
Yeah,
On
downtown.
people. Yeah, downtown.
Like near the 10 freeway?
They curfew up in LA one time. Like,
Oh, they got me.
they doing all of this, like, they don't realize at the end of the day, if they couldn't control y'all, they can control this. They're letting y'all do all this shit to build up to something. Because they have to still go by the law to execute their bullshit. They don't get this stuff.
Yeah,
If
well.
they trying to get you out of here, why you putting yourself out here and making yourself be seen when
Right.
they just grab your ass up? All them police could have pulled over all of them in jail, but y'all really not doing enough for them to do that.
For them to do it right. Right. Well, y'all be safe, all right? All right. I will. I'm about to get out there.
Okay, we hear from the streets of LA what people are saying. El Chipo got it. Thank you so much, El Chipo.
Man, that's the best exclusive I ever been a part of and seen on YouTube. Shout out to damn El Chipo. El Chipo, you a real one.
El Chipo works in the news. El Chipo, you can get a job at 907 Goodies as a news coverage when we get popping.
And now you know I'm not shy, so I'll talk to anybody, child. I got this little fake ponytail on the top of my head too.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. she called it out.
Hey, at least she got a bonnet on. At least she got her hair done. I will say that. Every time you see El Chipo, them baby hairs is laid.
Period.
I'm glad they ain't all in your eyebrows. You ain't got them touching your eyebrows.
Oh no, they ain't gonna be in my eyebrows, child.
You got El Chipo, you don't even know that you can sell that baby hair that you got right there, right?
For real?
Man, El Chipo, what kind of hair you think sisters are buying? Tell me, please. You
Brazilian?
Tell me the type that you got.
All right,
let me see. Lay down.
Yeah,
Let me show y'all my look.
hair. Oh, wait, but let me get you back to the right screen. Let me give you the big screen.
Hold on.
Home. Don't be El Chipo, wait till you get home. Oh my God.
Period.
Ooh. That's how she was pulling up to the protest.
Y'all got to put them.
Y'all know I'm out here looking like a Mexican too. I look like I belong out here.
El Chipo, go home. What are you doing? It's Tuesday night. Get your ass in the house.
I don't get out the house much. Can you tell?
No, I'm surprised you out in the.
Y'all subscribe to El Chipo's YouTube channel. El Chipo always be at the house.
I should have told them to subscribe to my channel, man. Look, they just out here, child. But yeah, I know. I don't want to interrupt your live. I'll just turn the camera around and I'll put the mute button on because it's loud out here.
You sound good. It didn't get a lot back
here. Only to the live. I was gonna play news.
Okay, let me change it. Hold on.
Showing us what's really going on.
Yeah, this is real right here. Shit.
Yeah, it's real right here.
I like this.
Now you like this show.
I'm just saying, you out here talking to the people.
Look,
you know what I'm saying? Seeing the police. I'm just saying, seeing police. You see the police pull up and look at them like, man, if y'all don't get on. You got Poquisha and Ron on the video. That's a real shit.
Y'all coming to protest? All right, period.
Chipo, listen. They say to the police, go home.
El Chipo, we love you, girl. That's what y'all was rolling.
Fight the people. said we
What's
will
else
not
gonna
be
say?
intimidated.
What does that last sentence mean? It's like Ferreira. What does that mean?
Child, I don't know. I'm
El
just here.
Chico, you can't do this on nobody else's channel. But 907. So I don't want to see no more lives from you. So you on 907 channel.
Hey, fight the people.
Yeah, so this is the
I need to hear them say fuck Donald Trump.
He is the true soldier.
Hey, all my sisters in there, they say you a true soldier.
True soldier.
Y'all, we are in the protest. Now, this is the protest part. This ain't the riot. This is what they not really telling us. This is what people said earlier. Y'all don't know everything.
See,
Y'all
say
watch
food
the
up.
TV.
So what does that mean? What's this mean? Oh, she graduated. All right, yeah, let's go. Congratulations. Oh, that's what it means. Okay, cool. So they congratulating this lady right here because she graduated.
Now go over and get an exclusive with her.
Wait, you said she was froze. Like, come on back. You said they're congratulating her because
somebody in the car. Female in the car. You still?
Period.
El Chico, why are they congratulating her?
All right, child. My son is calling me. He like, I know my son is like, Mama, bring your ass home.
Yes, see, call her, son. Call her, tell her get home.
El Chico,
let's go.
El Chico, you are black. Don't forget that. El Chico's gonna join that forces.
Wait, what happened? What you say?
I said El Chico's gonna join their forces. You are black. Don't forget that.
You are a ninja, so you better get on home.
So do y'all see the homeless encampments? Can y'all see that?
Yeah, I can see it. It's
Oh,
Dang, hold on. They in front of McDonald's?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. It all down the street. They all down there.
Wow.
I promise you.
Man, they gonna get them up through.
They not. Trust me, they not.
When the Olympics get there, it's over. That's why they build those little small huts.
Why were they congratulating that lady?
Huh?
She graduated.
Oh yeah, the girl had graduated, so they were saying seesaw something, pretty much like you can do it or you did it or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they congratulating their people, like.
Yeah, and they don't even know her, and they don't even know her.
No, look, it's another girl walking with her graduation cap. They sending her on a good. I'm gonna go talk to this black lady right here. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Dang, that's crazy with the tents in front of the McDonald's.
That's wild, ain't it? That's wild.
Oh, that ain't nothing, child.
Like in the woods or something, they're right there in the street. They say, we want you to know we ain't got no money.
Oh, that's supposed to look like
So what you think about this? What you think about this? Oh, yeah. Oh, she got a hearing aid. She can't hear me. It's okay.
Yeah, she said she ain't think nothing of it.
She ain't the right one. Look, she over there. She wouldn't. What Trey been telling her she wouldn't do.
She ready to go. Like, don't ask me no question. I just want to go home, man.
Getting nervous. Where you gonna see I'm over here sweating and all that?
All excited, so y'all tense.
You said y'all sweating?
No.
Yeah, I'm
it's
getting nervous. I can open the window.
I'm sitting over out. Look, I'm leaning into my screen like, man, this shit don't get home.
Man, listen, this is my city. I know. Yeah.
But again, now, Cheapo, it's safety and it's unrest. The sun has gone down now. Your son done called you. Get your ass home, please.
I'm going home, Daddy. I'm going home, Daddy.
I love the video. The video. Hold up. You said it right the first time. But anyway, this is the best live I ever been on right here. The best. I ain't gonna lie. The fact that you did what you did and it's actual live in the coverage, and everybody's over here getting clips, and you got downtown footage. This is the bomb to me. I'm tripping.
Yeah, and I was like, I want to do an episode about homelessness, and I have someone that wants to come up and share their story. But
Look at
we
this. I'm getting
wow.
closer. Look.
Hold on, Archie, but let me get you to the right screen.
Damn, they got a whole apartment set up over.
Wow, Trey, you stupid.
Dude,
wow, and right in front of McDonald's.
That's what.
How long has that been there, Chipo?
Shit, they be there.
They be there. Yeah, they be there for a long time. The people come move them, and they come right back.
That was exciting right there. And I felt like I done went to a movie.
That's funny.
No, I'm serious though. The fact that you actually did that, you know, see, that's what I say. You have a personality and you want to help people. There's money out there that you can work for yourself.
Hey, well, I'm trying to get that money in, okay? Period.
Well, it's a process.
Okay,
it's
people got 15 billion jobs.
It's an application process. As long as you have a business model and a business plan, you probably can get a $200,000, $300,000 grant if you service, servicing about 40, 50 people.
Right.
But that's what I did. I did that for years. But there's money out there. You just gotta go. You gotta check with your state, check with your city, money to how, provide resources to, like you say, the homeless, maybe runaways.
So I already have an LLC, right? But I'm trying to get a nonprofit as well because I want to work with youth and transitional age youth.
Well,
like I want to give them, like I want to set up this program where like the youth, like more particular boys, that they can have somewhere to go after school, like a positive alternative to like the streets, right?
Well, Chipo, listen, get at me. I retired. I didn't put in my work, and like I say, it's money out there. You just gotta one day you just try to set up a day, and I can just go over some nuances with you. And in the meantime, what you can be doing is just looking for those resources within your city and your state.
Okay.
And it's a process on how to apply for it and get it. Like I said, the money's there. It's just, and it ain't even that difficult. It's just the process.
Lady, we are not doing it all nighter. I'm not getting no captivity with Freezy. But you miss it. El Chico was on the streets of LA.
Yes.
Showing us the protesters, showing us the homeless camps, and even talking to people.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to fix the title of this video because earlier Angela did text me. She said it's not a riot. And I said, well, some parts of it are. But what El Chico just showed us is that all of it is not unlawful. It's not a riot everywhere. There was peaceful protests. And we saw them, we talked to them, and they were smiling, they were happy.
Mm-hmm.
And whether we agree with everything that they say, I respect them for going that hard for their people. So y'all make sure y'all subscribe to El Chipo's channel for more amazing content. She be on boats, on cruises, staying in different hotels. El Chipo be living it up. So, man, I'm like, I did not expect El Chipo to give us that type of footage. That really shocked me.
907, we was thinking the same thing. I'm like, dang, man. Yeah, what else can it come after that right there? It's like,
right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm cracking up.
To go.
We out here like, you know how you watch that movie, you be like, don't open that door. go, run the other way. She out there in it. That's wild. That was gangster.
Yeah, they handed me they sign and everything. So you know, I mean,
I think my sis said it. She said, "True soldier." And people was finna turn. She was finna become Mexican.
She was for about 5 minutes. She was. She got some water and everything. They gave her water.
Speaking in Spanish.
She congratulated her cousin on graduating. You know what I'm saying? Mexican. She even stood out there when the police was looking at her like, yeah, she one of them.
I'm gonna go in real quick, my ponytail.
Let me shake my hair so they think I am.
Well, you did that though.
Yeah, man, I'm happy I was able to show y'all that it's, you know, it is different protests going on and everybody is not out here acting ignorant and stupid.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe it in any way. It's just the way the news portrays it. You know what I'm saying? Both sides of the news will give some crazy mess. And it's scary. I can only imagine. You know, you used to it. They've been doing that out there since you've been alive, but I can only imagine, you know, for especially a kid and stuff, they like come and get you out of school and you come home, your mom and daddy might not be there. You're like, where are they? It's just unfortunate, man. Here we are. But see, America, listen, America, the politicians let this happen 20, 30 years ago. They've been letting it happen. Because like Chipo said, we so prideful in our poorness that we won't even go do those it ain't even really hard labor jobs. But we ain't gonna work together. We broken from the homes. And it's just unfortunate. You know, I wish we could do that. So
yeah, and you know what, Trey, you spoke to something earlier that I think is very true. I do feel like it's time for a change. It's time for people to stop thinking that they can be freeloaders and do some type of trade. But I always say this, Trey. I feel like people are coming to relationships as kids. They're not coming as adults.
Yes. You're 100%. That's real right there. And that'll say the crazy part. The fact that you can say it right, most people would deny it. Most people out here living regular, they'd be like, no. They coming in as kids because we haven't been taught to be independent and self-sufficient. What the life that you're doing with your baby trumps everything that we talk about what we gonna have and the money we gonna make. I'm telling you, I've seen it. I was a part of my own mama and daddy, you know, and I'm just glad that I was able to get the knowledge that they gave me. When it comes to black folks shit, I've been doing black all my life. I've been called ninja by more black people than anything. I was called ninja one time by a white boy, and I was like 12, and I slapped shit out of him. I never heard that word again from nobody. But from black people, yeah. But I didn't take it as like you don't hate me. Just use it as motivation to be better. So like it's a time, and what you doing 20 years from now, you're gonna be sitting over like a queen. You know, you just need to find look. And I don't say what nobody. Your man is a cook. The man is for you. He's over cooking up 907 good eggs.
Think so?
Yeah, he's a cook.
Trey, these people are playing too much. So
yeah, he's a cook. It may not be time, but he's there. He's got when you gotta have your eyes open.
I need help. I thought everybody say, I need help. I need help. How about y'all help yourselves? Not saying that you can't get help from others, right. But if your first thing is, I'm just going to depend on you to help me, it's like, dang.
No, that's a scammer. Stay away from everybody like that. Everybody, stay away from all them. Yeah, no. But go tell them go get some help then, because I ain't got no help for you. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the scammer trade. See, I need advice from you on my search.
No, you don't. You don't want my advice. Because my advice might get you the results that you're looking for. Then you'd be like, I'm scared. No, just go. Do it. Nothing. Do it. You just do it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, listen, I didn't think I would be married. I was having too much fun as a single man. And I wasn't looking. I don't think she was looking. It's just when we met, we just talked about everything. Same stuff I say now, I've been saying to myself and people I meet, 30 years of my life. Even when I was on BS. I just took up on myself to make sure I get the things that I needed to at least live. I went to the military at 22 after college. I, went, played a little bit, dropped out. I dropped out because they took my scholarship. Because back in that time, they were saying everybody go to college out of military. I tried college first. I was smart and you know what I'm saying? I was good, had a little scholarship. But then I hurt my leg. They took my scholarship. So I said, okay. Then they had to strike in the NFL. So I said, well, I got to get a college degree. And I dropped out because they wanted me to take out $1,000 loan. I said, no. And I ain't asked my parents for no money. So I was working for about a year and a half. Look, I found myself still in underwear working at Target overnight. Because back in the day. Well, yes, I was. Listen, I had my nice little football body. You know what I'm saying? And I used to, and back in the day, we were men and they had these little bikini string underwear. Yeah, and I wanted me some and I didn't want to pay for it. So I was boosting them at night, putting them on, leaving the store. But I did that for about a month.
Smart one though. Can't nobody check you for stolen merchandise.
Yeah, but I was acting silly though. See, I was acting silly. And then when I went to the military, because my buddy got caught up in the drug game, and they kicked him out of the military, and I went in, and it changed my life. I never looked back. When I went to the Gulf War, I said then I'll never be a nigga again. I said that to myself because once I saw the world, I was like, oh, America, I'm always work in America. I went, came back, and I was going to do 20 years in the military, but I got hurt. And when I got hurt, I went back to school, finished up in Mississippi State, 2001. Came back to my hometown. Then less than a year, my mom passed. And everybody was acting stupid. So I went to Chicago and that just changed my life. And by the time I turned 45, my money was kicking in. You know what I'm saying? I made a little investment here too. And I met my wife. Life is beautiful. But everybody can do it. Even if I wouldn't have got married, I don't know. I'm glad I got off the streets. I would have been treacherous out there. They'd been like that nigga right there. I ain't, because I ain't take no mess. But you know what I'm saying? So I'm just glad that I saved a whole lot of people a lot of headache. But here we are. I was 23
well, we
on
glad you. We glad you, Trey. Chifa, what's going on? You back home now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm at home. My phone had died, but I wanted to show Ferg something because I know this is still a cooking channel. Ferg, check me out real quick. So look, these are the bell peppers that I grew. Look,
dang, they look better than
those
Walmart.
Are bell peppers. These are sweet yellow peppers I grew. These are.
You broke up. What are those?
That's like broccoli raw.
What are those? They look like broccoli.
Huh?
No, what was that green stuff? Broccoli?
This is broccoli.
Yeah, we couldn't see it. You froze up. It looked like some, yeah.
Casey?
Yeah, we see it. It's nice.
Yeah.
And some little tomatoes.
Chifa, I'm really proud of you because I was there when she first started her gardening.
Yes.
And she had a hard time, but she didn't give up.
I did not, child. And I'm seeing the fruits of my labor.
Yes.
And I'm surprised it happened so quickly because
I'm not.
She just showed this garden.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that it grows that quickly.
Yeah, California's the perfect climate to grow anything.
Speaking of which, Trey, let me ask you guys this because I've heard this theory. because the immigrants or the illegal immigrants are getting deported, some of the farms, some of the businesses have stated that they are going to have trouble with keeping up with supply and demand because those are the workers that are getting deported. You know what I'm saying? So, Trey,
Mhm.
how do you feel about that whole theory?
Every time you ask me a question about how I feel, I just
But what do you
cringe.
think, Trey? Just go ahead and
No,
convert. Do you know
no,
how?
reason why I say it because my answer typically won't be popular. But
I already
again,
know, Trey.
you know what I'm saying? It's part of the dynamic of the system. People may it may be a slowdown over this summer, but again, a lot of those people, if they not out here committing crimes and doing dumb stuff, a lot of those people will be allowed to continue their lives here in America and work. It's just what it's going to be. A lot of them will, because they're going to sort it out. Like El Cheapo said, young Black people, which is unfortunate, they don't have the motivation to get out there and learn how to cultivate crops like El Cheapo. See, they don't know how to, they don't want to do it. They think it's less than, which is unfortunate because I can see you being 15, 16 years old, making $16, $17 an hour. See, but they don't want to do that. It ain't enough money. I'd rather just play my game or get up here and talk on YouTube because that's all I'm going to do, but which is unfortunate. So, yeah, I'm glad El Cheapo did it. I'm proud of you, El Cheapo. I think I was up here when you just started. And you were showing me because you
I
were
told
just
you that, Trey, but you was in the chat talking mess.
no, I was not. I was telling El Cheapo that I was asking her questions and she was yes, and I was saying A, B, C, D, E, D, and she was like,
You
"I
was
don't
saying
know."
left like the dirt. She was like, I did, Trey, what you talking about? That's
But I
so
get
funny,
it.
y'all.
And yes, and she was out there cultivating that dirt too, and that's why her crops is banging.
He was
I'm over here
definitely
wishing it.
he was definitely trying to hoop bang.
And I was trying to get you together over there. What are you talking about? You was like, I don't care if it don't even grow.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to
Exactly.
flourish
And I
like
was
this.
saying no. I wanted it to grow. You over here, it just don't do it. I'm like, no, you can't go into it like that. Now look at you over here bragging like, yeah.
But I ain't gonna hold you though. And that type of job, I wouldn't want to be no farmer. Like let the Mexicans have it.
But El Cheapo, you 40 years old. Yeah, ain't nobody trying to farm at 40. That's what I'm saying. Those jobs are great for young people. No, listen.
Actually, I'm 38,
No,
baby.
but what I'm saying is you age out. That's what I'm saying. You age out. You're supposed to age out of stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. That if you go in a restaurant today, most everybody in there are adults. When I was a teenager, everybody in the restaurant was a teenager. That was your first job, working at the restaurant. And the manager was 21, 22. Everybody else was out here doing real stuff. And that's all I'm saying. You know you can't do that hard labor as you get older. You want to be able to slow down a little bit. You know, get pretty on
my cleaning lady is Mexican, so I don't know. She don't even look like she documented. So I hope they don't get hurt.
Oh my God. Well, you better text her and be like, hey, you good? You better text her. You good? She gonna let you know. She don't answer back. You know things ain't right.
Oh my gosh, she just left here the other day too. But yeah, shout out to the Mexicans, man. I don't care. They work hard. They work for cheap. Okay, like shoot. We said what? My son said pack them up, child.
See, go ahead, son. Yeah.
My son
Bring him to the phone. Let's ask him some questions.
Yeah, bring him on, El Cheapo.
So wait, hold on. Here, come say what you just said. Wait, he gonna talk. Hold on, go ahead.
They want to be like us, but hate us at the same time. They steal everything we do, and then I'm not messing with it. Send it back, man.
He said, send him back.
What's your son's name?
His name is Rashad.
Salute to Rashad, man. Salute to Rashad.
Wait, my daughter wants to try a tomato. Go ahead.
Taylor. She is so cute.
Nasty. Don't spit it on the ground. What the hell? Hey, get one of them Clorox wipes and come wipe that.
Hey, the disrespect. Only kids can get away with it. Rashad said, send them back. They want to be like us, but they ain't us.
Yeah, they want to be like us, but yeah, they hate us at the same time. But they do. I ain't gonna hold you. When I was a kid, I really didn't like Mexicans because I felt like they wanted to be us so bad to where they were trying to steal our culture, and our hairstyles, the way we dress, the way we talk, and it really used to irritate me, But that was me being young. I don't care no more, child.
But instead, they stole our jobs. Okay. Everybody want to be like us, the big nose, big lip people. We the flyest people on the planet, and they know this. So yeah, I'm with Rashad. Every time we're gonna get us a sign, be like, send them back.
But Rashad is 19, right? So he's probably dealing with a lot of the younger generation. And so he bringing an interesting perspective too, from a younger person's point of view.
And you know what? He went to a predominantly Mexican school for high school. So yeah, he got a different perspective. Yeah.
Because they was cocky. It was more them than him. They was trying to be tough.
Yeah, they definitely was trying to run shit.
I already know. That's how they work.
He said, send them back. What did they do to him?
He going off of high school. Shit, he know how they act. Motherfucking fake ass. It's unfortunate. Salute to Rashad.
What did they do to him? Tell Rashad, does he got any stories he want to share?
Oh. El Jibo, how long? Okay, when he started school, was his school population majority of always Hispanic and Mexicans?
All right, he was going to an actually predominantly black school, but it was gang influence, and so the type of gang that it was a blood gang, and my family are Crips. Okay, so just by him being associated family wise, once they found that out, then they kind of they ran him out of the school, right?
Who, the kids did?
Yeah, one day the principal called me and was like, "Hey, something is going on with your son. I'm gonna keep an eye on him. You might want to, come get him for the day." So I drove down there, and as I was getting there, he was at lunch, and 10 guys surrounded him, and they're about to jump him. And the principal had to jump in the middle, grab him, and run him into the school. And so that day, I checked him out of school because he wasn't going to be able to go there just because of the gang culture dynamics. And so I checked him. He wanted to go to this school that's where all the Mexicans live at because my cousins graduated from there. So I went ahead and I checked him into the school, and he was able to experience what it was like to go to school and be the minority because, even when it came to programming, when it came to like Black History Month, they didn't really do shit. But guess what? When Cesar Puede Day came, or whatever they call it, Cesar Chavez Day, the Day of the Dead, they go all out, and so he really didn't like the school, but he went ahead and stuck it out and graduated from there. But he experienced racism because there are Mexicans that don't like Black people. So. Oh, he said they used to have race wars at school and everything.
Wow.
Yeah. See, people don't look at and it's good to have his perspective because a lot of adults, we don't see that other side of that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because when we're the minority in most schools like that, you always go run into. Depends on if it's mostly white, you go run into the little racist white boys, Mexicans. Everybody sort of promotes their culture except us. We just try to fit in, blend in. Yeah, Rashad, put them out of here, get them through. You ain't documented, get up through. Come back with your paperwork.
I never thought about that. It's crazy. They're immigrants or foreigners. They come over And in LA or in California, because it's sanctuary city, it kind of seems like in some areas they've kind of taken over a little bit. And I've heard that
No,
from other people
absolutely.
as well, as far as the gangs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
they will.
where I live at, so like I'm from Compton or whatever, but like there's certain cities like Linwood, Southgate, Huntington Park, those are like predominantly Mexicans. And so like where I like near where I stay, they have like this gang called it's like they're called the F-13s, I think. And so like they don't like black people. And so when we moved over here, I had to check myself because like I have a bad habit of like saying stuff out the window to people. And my son, he was like, "Mama, like we in a new area, like you gotta chill," because I had to think about it like, yeah, these people will definitely let off on you. Like it's so bad that like they have like trailers, like campers, homeless people be living in them campers and stuff. They tax them. Like they have to pay the gangs to even just sit in their neighborhoods. And so yeah, yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. So if they camper is parked in their neighborhood, it's politics. The gang banging is a lot of politics in it. It's all about money too. So they might have you trying to sell drugs up out of there. Yeah, baby, hold on. All of that.
Wow. I see why Rashad said he happy. And then you see all this going on outside. They're getting rounded up. They're getting taken back. And if you're someone that has been bullied by these people, you might be happy. But then I can see your side of being older, working with some of them, seeing some of them in the daily life. It's just a really hard topic. It's like, what do you do? What do
Yeah,
you
no,
do?
fact. Yeah, because my best friend, she mixed with black and Mexican, but her mama is Mexican, and she didn't come here legally, but I mean, she been here for so long. She worked for the school district and everything. But I would be devastated if they took Martha away. You get what I'm saying? I would be
Yeah.
devastated. So, but yeah, it is what it is, child.
So I'm scared for them now because of knowing what's going on we're out there, and some of it is peaceful, some of it's a riot, and they got the Marines. How y'all feel about them calling in the Marines? I thought they work on water.
No, the Navy pretty much works on water and air.
Oh, that's the Navy I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Air Force, they do a lot of dropping supplies, dropping the big bombs or whatever. A Navy is water and they fly in water. Marines, they do a little bit of everything. And the Marines is right there. It's right there. It's the closest, right there. So Camp Pendleton is like next door. It's like a neighborhood next to LA. So yeah, you give them because it give them a chance to exercise their military skills. That's all. That's all it is. They ain't gonna do nothing. The military, they gonna move a little. I would hope that they move a little different because they are going against their family. Because let's just say you all are my parents. You all are illegal and I'm legal, and I graduate high school and I joined the military. But y'all got me a birth certificate. I became a citizen, right? And if I join the National Guard, and if I'm all the National Guard in that area now is on alert. Everybody that's in that sort of regiment right there, they all have to report. And whoever's in the positions, like the ones that the military police, any guard position, anything we're dealing with sort of, I guess, almost like law enforcement or whatever, they have to show up for work. And y'all will be support. Let's just say I'm doing paperwork. I will be maybe a cook. Had to come to work to make sure the soldiers are fed. So But when you look at me, I'm gonna have to go and probably have to lock y'all up or something. I might, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got cousins and stuff, because if they call me to go out there, if I choose not to do it, I can be brought up on treason charges. And treason is still punishable by deletion.
Really?
So yeah, it's still punishable by deletion. However, it's a modern time. They'll just kick me out. I'll lose all my benefits, dishonorable discharge. And if they bring me up on charges, say they charge me like an Article 15 court martial, they take my money, my rank. I don't get no benefits down the road. 10, 15 years down the road, I start getting old, have some injuries. The military won't pay for it. Even I can be a veteran. I'm still be a veteran, but I don't get nothing. So it's just unfortunate.
Dang, I mean, this is a really hard issue, and it's like we have known that illegal immigration was illegal, but these sanctuary cities have accepted them and have made them a part of the culture. Now, Trump is saying, I don't care what your state is declared as. There are no sanctuary places in the United States anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And now everyone who thought they had a free pass now lives in fear. And what do you think about that, Trey?
I don't live in fear in 907. You don't live in fear. Everybody who was over here knowing that they was coming under the table, this is the change of the guard. It's just the change. I feel sorry for the people to a certain extent. To a certain extent, I do. You've made a comfortable space for yourself and your family. Y'all getting the resources that we ain't trying to get. Going and doing the jobs that we ain't trying to do. I understand that. So Trump, the president, has authority over a lot of stuff like that. And even the people in Congress, the Democrats and the Republicans, nobody's really challenging him. They're just getting on news talking about, oh, he did it. They meet every day, or I think they're not meeting again into the fall, but they communicate every day. And like you said, there's no sanctuary cities. There's something that states are elected to do during the Obama and bringing the LGBTQ sanctuary times. That time, that day of that welfare feminist mindset, they gonna shut that down. They're gonna shut down. And salute to the young brothers who take an opportunity, even the young women. Because it's going to be opportunity, especially if we get this technology. But going to public school is a waste of time in the United States, for real. But they don't teach you how to be independent. They teach you how to go get a job. So.
People, what do you think about it? We used to have sanctuary cities. Now Trump is saying that there is no sanctuary within the United States. And it's finna get real. I'm gonna try. We gotta sit back and watch. But what do you think, Chipo, about what's going on?
In regards to the sanctuary part, I mean, hey, it is what it is. They a lot of the Mexicans voted this man in. So, you know, it is what it is. Like, shit. I'm about to grab my little popcorn and just pray they don't mess with us next.
I think they're tired of going up against black people and they don't learn. We are very resilient and we're not going for it. But yeah, that's what's going on. There used to be sanctuary cities. Now there is not. There's no sanctuaries within the United States. Everybody that is illegal is really up for grabs. They started with the criminals, and if you think about it though, they all are illegal. So it's like, black people, we pay attention to the words. Everyone is illegal when you think about it. Might not be violent, but everybody is illegal. So they already committed a crime. in my opinion. Chiba, what you got going on? You laying down?
Girl, I'm making my bed up, child. Shoot, this what time is it? 9:26.
Yeah, 8:26 over here. Y'all, El Chipo, one day we're gonna meet El Chipo. The sisters already said we gotta come to Cali. They say you a soldier.
My ponytail now.
You got your nails done. Got your pony. What's his name, El Chipo?
Oh no, child, listen. I went to a concert the other night. It was so nice, man. I felt good. You know, it is true. When you look good, you feel good, man. And so it definitely was a time had. It was a time had.
Who'd you go see, El
that
Chipo?
statement.
Jagged Edge.
Okay.
Donnell Jones.
Go ahead.
No, it was Jagged Edge, Donnell Jones, Eric Bellinger.
I never heard of him.
Nah, me
I
neither.
think he's like R&B.
He's R&B.
Yeah.
Yeah, he you know, he sing, yeah, he more like the younger crowd, but I was there for Donnell Jones. That man is so fine. Jesus Christ. Who I was in love.
Oh my God.
Well, you're right. Actually, when you look good, you feel good. That's why I don't advise anybody to look raggedy for too long.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Because when you look raggedy, you start to smell like onions.
Oh my God.
Now, Trey, and I added that little one in.
You do. Over time, you look raggedy all the time. You don't even keep up your hygiene. You just be musty.
Nah, I be out here.
Hey, G Honda, what's going on? He said, Coach Ferg.
What's up, G Honda,
we
baby?
got no onions. That was the first time the word onion was said.
Can y'all hear me now?
Right in here on that part.
Oh my God.
Oh, is this the lady that got shot with the bullet?
I don't know, but I have another video here. It's not going to be as great as El Chipo's live coverage.
Oh no, they protesting ICE in Chicago and New York. Yeah, okay.
Yes, this video is going to talk about how the protest is kind of spreading. Because these are sanctuary cities too.
Look for that video where the newscaster got shot with a rubber bullet.
Oh, I didn't even hear about
yeah,
that.
she got shot. My coworkers were showing it to me yesterday.
Man, I know this. I know this space right here, 907. What you showing? That's the museum over to the upper right, and that little place thing down to the bottom right. It look like a baseball field. That's a stadium. I mean, that's a stage for they used to have the Taste concerts there. I done saw everybody on that
are you looking at Chicago or Los Angeles?
Chicago, the picture that you got up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's downtown Chicago over by the lakefront. The lake is just up under the baseball diamond looking thing, but that's a stage. They have concerts. I done saw everybody, Charlie Wilson to Anthony Hamilton, and everybody, Shaka Khan, all of them on that stage.
And Chicago has been at the forefront of this illegal immigration thing. They've been helping them, busing them to Chicago. It has been a long saga with the immigration, illegal immigration. If you've been following, you know, Chicago, New York City, and LA are considered sanctuary cities, and they are in the forefront of this whole situation. And Gihanna said, Coach Frank, are you familiar with Lincoln Park in Chi-Town?
For sure, Lincoln Park. Yeah, I worked all up on the north side. Yeah, man. I don't, man, all the way from I'll say Gurney to the Wild Hunnets, the University Park, Romeoville, Joliet. All that's been me. I used to roam them streets. I was there for 15 years. That's when I really got into the social services and helping people, you know, children of the state. I was able to do a lot up there. I love Chicago. That's where I met my wife at.
I think that's what I'm trying to go into first. So I'm back in school. I'm trying to get a degree so I could go into social work, like to be a social
No,
worker.
they do. But I told you, holler at me. I can get you. I can tell you how to do what you need to do. Work for yourself because it's money out there. Yeah, the White Sox Stadium is right there where it's a place called Robert Taylor Projects, which is again in every major city where there was projects was always close to downtown. Now Chicago, when you going south, like if you was to go left on this picture, that's south. You can go all the way to block 200, and that's about 15 miles south, and you still in the city of Chicago. Cook County, and then you can go all the way north about another 15 miles, 20 miles. You can go west. Yeah, and the lake is right there, like 500 feet from that little stage is the lake, Lake Michigan. Maybe 1,000, half a mile walk, but yeah, people come there all the time. The Bean is down. If you ever see the big Bean, Silver Bean, all that's over. I used to hang out over. I done had plenty of date walks through that little spot right there.
Yeah, we know you was taking all your little babies there and all that. But I'm gonna play a little bit of this video, and I do have the video that El Chivo was talking about where the newscaster was shot by a rubber bullet. And after this video, we're gonna review that one together live. But let me play a little bit of this video, see what they're talking about.
Anticipating a decision any minute regarding a curfew here in Los Angeles, which would take effect tonight as darkness falls where we are. So as we anticipate that decision coming any moment, clear that the mayor of Los Angeles supports it. We've got live pictures of protesters in New York and Chicago filling the streets. In fact, new video just into out front of a car in Chicago moving through a protest. It appeared to push a few sign holders there in the protest in Chicago before then speeding away, so unclear exactly what we were seeing there. Also, large protests underway in New York City, protesting Trump's deportations and the use of ICE officers with those ICE raids. Shimon Prokupez is out front in New York City. Whitney Wild is out front in Chicago. I want to begin, though, with you, Shimon, in New York. And what are you seeing there?
Aaron, one of the largest protests that this city has seen in quite some time. This protest has stretched for blocks from each side of the avenues, from 6th Avenue. We're now on Hudson Street, and we've been going for about nearly 2 hours. And you can see people are holding signs saying ICE out of New York City. We've seen flags of Mexico. We've seen the Palestinian flag, and really just a convergence of different issues and different concerns that people here in New York City have. Also, they all first gathered at around 5 o'clock Eastern here at Foley Square, which is right outside the federal building and ICE offices. And they then marched for about several blocks, and then they veered off onto another street, Varick Street, where there are more ICE offices and the immigration courts. And they stood there for several minutes chanting and getting together, and all of the traffic in the area was completely shut down. And it was the first time that we had seen the NYPD start to mobilize, start to gather to try and figure out how to get the streets back open. But the demonstrators here left, and this is where we are now on Hudson Street. We are now marching towards a park where they plan on stopping, and we'll see if that continues. But what is so significant here, Aaron, certainly I've covered a lot of protests here the last several years. This is one of the largest demonstrations, certainly, that we've had here in New York City. As for the NYPD, they are letting them. They are allowing them to take over the streets, to march. Of course, the goal is to have them essentially tire out and then stop. But we're not seeing any kind of show of force.
Look, I feel like the reason why they are allowing them to take over the streets because they're waiting for the federal government to step in. And that's what they want. They want the National Guard to be sent there. They want to give it back to the military. And so they're letting them do this so that there is an excuse to call the federal government in. Now, Trey, what do you think about everything that he said? The shutting down streets, largest demonstration he saw in a while.
I mean, that's the way it happens. Chicago got a lot of one-way streets,
I
and
think
when they do
that's in New York where the protest he was talking about.
this
Those is New
protest right
York that
here.
he was. Yes, she hasn't gotten to Chicago
Oh,
yet.
okay,
We're
but yeah.
talking about New York. He
Oh,
said
yeah.
that the NYPD is allowing them
Yeah.
to pretty much take over the streets.
No, what they're allowing them to do is flush themselves out. That's what they're doing. We ain't gotta go looking. We ain't gotta go up in everybody's establishment. Y'all come on outside, get to walking down these streets, and when we ready, we gonna go ahead and start rounding you up. See who got your paperwork. You ain't gonna be to get no false name no more. Remember how we get pulled over and be like, I'm Shanae Quita. No, where your paperwork at? Oh, you ain't got none? Come on downtown and we're gonna figure out who you are. That's all. Listen,
Like
Trey
said,
I'm
get your paperwork right.
I'll say this and I'll shut up, right? Remember, since COVID, you now have to have a real ID to travel domestically. Your ID has to have a star on it to say that you are registered. They make you pull out your birth certificate, social security number, and passport. And your passport better be active. And if you ain't got it, you got to go. So, yeah, Navy Pier, basically, long leg missing, yeah. I used to be all through there, bro. Yeah, you got your real ID 907? You got your real ID yet?
No, I don't. I think I have a regular ID, but I got to check in.
907, go get your real ID.
The person at the DMV was like, the real ID is not really necessary, but you think it is, Trey.
No, don't listen to her. She's telling you a lie. It is necessary. You won't be able to fly nowhere in the United States. You can't get on no plane. Get your real ID. Get your baby an ID too. Once I learned
you can get IDs for babies and toddlers. My kids, I didn't know that.
Yeah, yes. When I learned about it when my son was about 6, I got him an ID, and it lasts about 6 years. Get him a state ID for herself, and you get a real ID. Both of y'all get a real ID. You'll be legal to go anywhere in the country. You won't get held up. Without that, you can. It's July. They actually implement that. This is part of that process. You ain't got no ID saying that you got an address or you live somewhere. You can be homeless with an ID, but you ain't gonna just be wandering the streets in America no more. And you ain't registered. That means you can do whatever. Then you can float around. So get your real IDs, folks. All you need is a birth certificate, and I guess any type of other ID. Social Security card, birth certificate, Social Security card. You need both of them. If you don't have, or you can use your passport and the Social Security card. One of the two, a combination of a few. But get your kids' birth certificate. Get out there, get everybody a real ID. Because if your kids go out and they ain't gonna have no hassle with the police. Hey, this is my ID. I live right over here on 33rd. This is where I'm going home. All right, son, go ahead. All right, ma'am, go ahead. But if you don't, they start harassing you because they believe you're lying anyway. And then you get to changing your story. They're like, oh, okay, come on. We'll go downtown and figure it out. I get paid to lock you up. Because if they start locking you up, time go by faster. By the time they get through processing you, it's time for them to get off. So get a real ID, Social Security card, birth certificate, or your passport. But get with that 907. Get you and your baby an ID for sure. You'll be thankful. You'll be happy.
You say young Trey's everybody's daddy on YouTube. Always passing down that wisdom and that knowledge. I will definitely look into that. So he's saying that the NYPD is allowing them to protest. It's allowing them to shut down streets and keep on going. Now we're gonna come back in 5 days, and we're gonna see they got the same tune. Look, Trey, I don't put nothing past the government. And allegedly they can't be trusted. I don't think that they're allowing it for a reason. Because they're gonna have the Fed swoop in and overdo the states. Because the states in these blue cities, they feel it's tripping. And all of y'all that just came over here, y'all got these food stamps, these EBT cards, and all that. Look, they're about to send you back. Don't trust these people. We try to tell y'all, right, Trey?
Hey, you right on it, 907. I'm trying to tell you. You right on it for sure. And you doing what you got to do. You straight. You straight. It's going to be a lot more opportunities for you. So I'm rocking with it.
Yeah. Trey, honestly, I don't know if I would even believe the Sanctuary City part. It just sounded too good to be true. Like, it's illegal in the whole U.S., but you can come to this one city, get all the needs. We're gonna help you and your kids with free education, health care, and help you get a job and a place to stay. You know when they say that saying, it sounds too good to be true?
Mm-hmm.
That's what that sounded like to me.
Too good to be true. But again, I'm the fact that things are happening, I'm okay with it. It's a shock to all of our systems. I understand that. That's why, because me and my wife have a conversation. And I explained to her, and once she started really looking at, the whole process and things, she realized, oh, okay, I can really do something. So blessings have been, oh my God, I don't want to talk about it, but hey, I'm just an old dude that did a whole lot of effed up stuff and listened to some people and got some good information and been rocking with it ever since, and it's been paying off. So I just try to pass it down for anybody who want to roll with it, and it can change, man. It can change now. So like I said, I'm always support you and letting you know what you're doing now. When you start getting that first gray hair in your head, you can be like, yeah, this is it. This is what I've been waiting on. But see, that'll be a perfect time. Because, you know what I'm saying? Because you done took care of everything that's important to you right now. And please, if your daughter ever needs security, just let me know. Because you the manager, I'm just security.
Trey, what if I don't want to be the manager? What if I want to be in the passenger seat?
No, you got to be the manager. You the one that'll protect the greatest. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be the manager. I don't know, it's still magic, man. But I'm just saying it's a great opportunity for brothers, especially like brothers like G Honda. It's a great opportunity. He go out to LA, G Honda gonna be married in 6 weeks, 6 months. It's all them beautiful. It's gonna be beautiful women coming from all over the world. Beautiful, young, old, man, light skin, dark skin, tall, short, thick, skinny, everybody. They gonna be coming there with their best. Might have to bring you on down the coast 907 and cook up some of them meals.
Nah, not with them California people. They be scamming and boosting allegedly.
You might get your old boosted purse or something.
Look, Trey, I'm trying to scare. I'm trying to get rid of them now.
See what? Hold on. Time out. Time out, 907. Hold up. Back that up. What'd you say? Yeah, I caught that. What'd you say?
I say I got a scammer and I'm trying to get rid of him now.
Oh, wow. Okay. I thought I heard that.
Gianna said, Coach Berg, my wife is on Lakeshore.
Listen, I don't know where he talking about on Lakeshore, but anybody on Lakeshore, they got a little grip, though. They all right living on Lakeshore because you can't be out there broke on Lakeshore. Okay.
But we're gonna see how this all gonna play out. I'm gonna keep playing this video because I think they're gonna show Chicago, and I know that's what y'all you and G Honda was talking about Chicago. So I'm gonna play this video. Wait till we get there. Let's go.
We're not even seeing NYPD in the middle of the crowd. Most of them, when they do appear, they're on the outside of the group, and they're just allowing them to continue now to march, and they've been going for well over 2 hours now, Erin.
All right, Shimon, thank you very much. Going to be covering this from New York tonight. And let's go to Chicago, where Whitney Wild has been covering the protest there. Whitney, we saw that video of the car just moments ago, but what are you seeing where you are right now?
Well, we're here at the Federal Plaza. This is right outside the federal courthouse here in downtown Chicago. This is a really common place where people protest. It's quiet at the moment, Aaron, but this is where that very large protest had stepped off. That was around 5:30. They made their way down the most iconic location in Chicago, Magnificent Mile, right down Michigan Avenue. And Aaron, if you can see from those aerial videos, that really gives you a sense of the scale here, because this protest was massive. It took up, the entire side of Michigan Avenue. It also started to sort of edge into oncoming traffic the other way. What we're told by people who are at the very center of organizing this is that that crowd is about to come back to Federal Plaza, where they will continue this protest. But as you had mentioned, this has been a peaceful protest. The major incident here was that car that appeared to clip a few protesters. That was at Wabash and Monroe. So we're going to continue to try to figure out what happened there, if that driver was arrested, what the intention for that driver was, Aaron. A lot of open questions here, but for the most part, despite the scale here, and it is a noisy protest, there have been no major incidents aside from that car that appeared to have driven, into or near that protest, Aaron.
Whitney Wild, thank you very much in Chicago. And we'll be back here with the breaking news here in LA, watching the protests here and the possibility of the breaking news of a curfew any moment. We'll be right back. We're looking at these live images here out of Los Angeles, pictures of the fifth day of protests, various street intersections here throughout downtown LA over the freeway. You're seeing groups of protesters and police. We've seen tactical units. We are awaiting news on whether there's a curfew. But President Trump just moments ago making it clear how long that he intends to keep the military in Los Angeles.
If there's peace, we get out. If there's even a chance of no peace, we stay there until there's peace.
This comes as Trump made it clear today his intention to use the military for political purposes. Tom Foreman is out front.
Thousands of National Guard troops and hundreds of Marines have been called to Los Angeles by President Trump, who insists only military muscle can contain the trouble.
If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last time we gave them a little additional help, Los Angeles would be burning right now.
But local officials say police were already dealing with sporadic violence around the largely peaceful protests, which they say were spurred by the White House's desperate and clumsy quest to increase deportations.
People have asked me, what are the Marines going to do when they get here? That's a good question. I have no idea.
It underscores Trump's long-standing interest in using the U.S. military even against Americans. For example, when Black Lives Matter protesters rose up in 2020, Trump reportedly considered deploying troops and asked his then defense secretary.
Glad that they even mentioned Black people protesting, because I don't know if y'all missed it, y'all was watching the news then, but this has been going on. But Black people are known for protesting, not me, but they. We always protest, and we are always met with a very violent situation, right? I don't think the cities was protecting us like that.
No, they wasn't. They wasn't. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't, you know what I'm saying? I understand. That's what I'm saying. Where was, and it's, yeah, man, they wasn't protecting us.
I ain't seen anybody suing the president over how we was treated.
Not at all.
In my opinion, they didn't give a damn.
And they
still really don't like us, but they know that they can't defeat us.
Yes, because
they're tired of squabbling with us.
But it's time for young brothers to really take advantage of it. That's all I'm pushing. The young people of color, they have a great opportunity to embark on. They have a great opportunity, I'm telling you. And those that do will reap the benefits on the other side. By the time Trump leaves office, those that take advantage of it now, especially over next year, they're going to reap the benefits. Because if we go back into this feminist whole ideology in America, poor people like us, we're going to suffer worse. We were the richest under Republicans' rule back in the day. We've been broke ever since the Democrats gave us welfare. So we've been broke. So salute to the new wave.
Change is going to be hard. But if that was Black people protesting, they call it out the National Guard and then the Marines. Do you think anybody would have been saying what they're saying now?
No.
How it's unjust, unfair. The states could have handled it and like, go ahead and get them. They're all criminals and thugs anyway.
Ooh, 907, yeah. You right.
Trey, we gonna talk about it. Let's talk about it.
I'm just saying, hey, what is there to say? You hit the nail on the head. I mean, yes, it is what it is.
And that's why Black people, we need to mind our own business. This ain't on us.
It's not on us, 907.
All we can do is talk about it because we've been protesting for years. The same thing that we've been saying, they are now starting to say. It's like we've been told y'all that. Yes. Y'all saw us go through so many injustices that you never thought it was gonna come to you. They got done with they done with that straight. They know we ain't going. We are very resilient.
Yes, there you go. Say it one more time for the people that did not hear you in the back.
Look, Black people is very resilient. They tired of tussling with us. They cannot win. They have to. The only thing that they can do is make the level field not even. Because if the level field was the playing field was even, wouldn't even be a fight.
Wouldn't even be.
That's why they got to throw in, public assistance, welfare, and try to divide our households. That's the only way they can really get to us.
Dang, 907, you.
Look, Trey, they don't want our kids to compete with their kids. Let me tell you something. Because Ava be whooping on them little girls in gymnastics.
Exactly.
With the medals.
That's what I'm saying.
Two parents and we have money. Trey, they could not compete. They gotta fight dirty.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You got it on the point. That's what I'm saying. Your baby is, what I'm saying? It's her time. It's her time. That's all I'm saying.
They gotta fight dirty. Our kids, if every Black kid had a stable home and had money to play sports, our kids would defeat their kids. Look at how they're built. You know what I'm saying?
In everything, 907. We would defeat them in everything.
They'll be on sideline crying.
Sidewalk crying, whining and everything.
I'm telling you.
It's crazy.
That's why they be like, oh, how do you do this? You're a single mom. Don't worry about this guy, baby. Okay? Look, I'm telling you, Trey, them little girls be crying when they get out there.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's just, I don't know, yeah, now something you right on. That's all I can say is, because when we give an opportunity, we ball out. We ball out. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, let's do it.
Mm-hmm. And Black people are the most talented, but we always have stuff going on, even with the music industry. In every facet of the world, if Black people were not cheated and it wasn't someone plotting against us, we would be winning. But we still can win. Even with all this. And this is why They tired of fighting with us, and then I moved on.
There you go. Move on. Because them good folk over there, they gonna be here forever.
Yeah, y'all, we ain't going. They can do whatever they want to us. We still got young people that have made good money. I mean, it's like they just know they can't beat our swag. They can't beat us. They moved on.
Move on.
But I'm glad they mentioned Black Lives Matter protests, whether we agree with the cause or not, because we be protesting, Trey.
Yep. Yeah.
And we would not have seen this outrage for Black people when we didn't see it. They didn't even care when they shot us in the back. Like, they didn't care.
Sure
did not care. So, but even with that, everything that's going on is still sad for the kids. But if I break into a country, pop out a couple of babies there, I gotta know in my mind that one day this life that I've created will come to an end. And that's what we're seeing going on right now. But I'm gonna talk about Chicago in this video because we're to the end and they haven't talked about it. So we're probably not gonna see the Chicago part, but that's okay. But there are protests all over the United States now. And which is like, I don't know how hard you should be going for something that's illegal. It's weird to me. And it's like, this is a weird cause, in my opinion, to get behind. let me wake my mouse up. My mouse is frozen. But when Achipa was up here, she did mention a video where the newscaster was actually shot by a rubber bullet. I have that video here, and we're gonna review it together. Let me refresh this. I'm gonna review it together. Let me get that pulled up. Okay, here we go. Okay, so it says on this video, Australian reporter covering Los Angeles protest shot with rubber bullet by police. And look, she wasn't ready. She wasn't ready to duck. Here we go.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA. You just shut the fuck up. You okay? I'm good. After hours of standing.
I mean, lady, they're shooting rubber bullets and you're standing right there.
Right. Somebody probably aimed at her ass, like, get your ass out the street.
It's not funny, y'all. This lady is really hurt.
No, it's funny. That's what your ass did.
Not...
That's what you did.
Trey, they're shooting rubber bullets and she's standing right there.
Right there. She's in the line of fire.
The protesters and the people shooting rubber bullets.
See, this is what you call white privilege right here. See,
why you call it privilege?
Why are you standing out there? First of all, then you know, any of us would have heard that boom. Oh, it's time to go. She out there trying to get the Reporter of the Year award. You know what I'm saying? And she looked like, you know, she can pass for real. She looked like it. And look, and if I'm seeing you from 100 feet, 150 feet across the street, man, y'all look the same. What you talking about?
I don't get it. It's like playing dodgeball, going right in the middle of the person throwing the ball and the people getting hit and not expecting to get hit.
Man,
She's literally standing right there. Like, how dumb.
She want the Reporter of the Year award. She want to listen. Now that she done got injured on the job, she definitely gonna get a reward from the station. They're gonna be having a plaque for her. She was so brave.
You're supposed to be like behind the barricade reporting.
She was
but
so
you're
brave.
in the middle of the battlefield.
Oh my God. It's crazy.
And they're like, "Are you okay? Yeah, go somewhere. Bro, it's real out here. You need to be where Atiba was at." She was interviewing the protesters. You weren't ready, girl. You didn't know how to duck. You didn't know how to run. She ready to be like, she didn't get her head. Trey, I feel like he did that on purpose.
He probably did. Shit, like, bring your ass here. Shit.
It's like, get the hell out the way.
Right, we told you to get on. I need mad. You know what I'm saying? Some stuff, man. Listen, I know.
Atiba, why was this woman standing there? Okay, Atiba said, play it again. Okay, here we go. But me and Trey think she was in the way. Don't. Okay, let me go back. Let me play it again, y'all.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA.
You just shut the fuck up. You okay?
I'm good.
I think he definitely did that on purpose. You already got the way. Okay, I'm gonna mute it and I'm gonna try to get the moment to mute it though. Bro, he wanted her to get out the way. There's no way. He sent off a warning shot to her, and his car was turning right here. Yeah, why are you in the street, lady?
Well, why is the car coming down the street though?
And they're shooting rubber bullets at the protesters.
Hold on.
Like, it's just a bunch of dumb stuff going on here. Okay, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna mute it though. Maybe you want to save her.
Hold on, no, Sammy. Hold on. Stop. You got, first of all,
Trey, what's up?
So you gotta pay attention to the officers on the left, right? Watch how they look at her first. The officer, it came from the left. Because you see the little short person on the left, and then the other officer, they looked at her first, then he turned away, then he turned back and just shot her. That's what he did. He knew.
Bro, they shot her on purpose.
Watch well, look at the left.
I can slow this down.
The last two on the left.
Okay. I wonder how people be slowing the videos down. Let me see.
It should have, there you go, the time.
Okay, so let's see if we gonna see more. Okay, she's talking.
Now look to the left. She look now. Look. Okay, stop right there. Okay.
Yeah, they did look at her. Let me go back.
They look at her, right? Okay, because this man walked in the way of him, the little short one, but it's one gonna come up behind us next to the short one. Watch. Now when he go, now see he walked up. See right there to the left.
Yeah.
Watch, he gonna look at her.
Oh, I see him right there behind that guy.
Not him. The one to the left, right there. See him? Look, he looked at him.
He looked. Him right there.
Yes, he looked at her. Then he turned away and turned back and shot her. It was crazy. Look, he looked.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
He like, look, I'm ready to shoot her. Look, he turned away. Look, he turned away.
Yep. Came back and shot her.
He shot her quick too. Pow.
Yeah. He knew what he was doing. It's just a crazy scene though. They're shooting rubber bullets. People are reporting in the news from the street, and you also see cars driving. what everybody was doing here was very, very weird. People are rolling, but yeah, that man shot her on purpose. He's look, they ain't playing with anybody. Look, y'all hurt. Yeah. They're like, are you okay? That's gonna be y'all in a minute. You better be lucky she's gonna catch that bullet. And then they're still walking, so I mean, you see the amount of shooting with bullets and you still walking up. And where are these cars driving? Because we see behind her is a whole bunch of protesters. So where is that red car going? That don't make no sense.
Because it's a whole gang of people in front of her.
Yeah, Altipo, what's going on with y'all out there in LA? Y'all just yeah, there's a whole bunch of people in front of her. Where is that car going?
Oh my God.
See, at this point, I'm not protesting. I'm going inside. Nothing is this serious. Okay, we're gonna play it one more time. Got it on slow mo. Got it on slow mo.
That's crazy.
But he looked at her and he shot her on purpose. And I don't know why she's right there though.
He like, get your ass out the street. Look, he looking at her for a long time too.
Yeah. He shot her on purpose. Even the new CNN got a few of their people arrested too. They ain't playing with the news. Get out the way, lady. What are you doing?
Get your ass out the street. You see the car coming.
Yeah. They didn't want nobody in the street. You in the way and they in the way. And it must be hot out there. People are sweating.
Yeah, it's California. Where was that at? Chicago, California.
That was in California. Let me take this off here. That was in California. I believe it was in Los Angeles. Let me look at it one more time to verify. But yeah, y'all, it's going down. They're not playing with y'all. Even I don't know what they think the desired outcome of them protesting is going to be. Because even if y'all do win, ICE goes away, you're never going to be safe. Yes, that was in Los Angeles where she was shot at. But even if something that's happened, ICE goes away, as long as this man is in office, he's going to keep coming for y'all. Yeah, it's just the fact that this is just the facts. He's been in office for less than a year, y'all. You got another 3 years to go. He is gonna keep coming for y'all. Like he's not gonna allow these people to be sanctuary cities and do what they was doing from before. Okay, I'm gonna play this video right here. She's talking about how they are going to prosecute people who mess with law enforcement. And they have identified one of the men, even though he had a mask on.
I'm gonna forego my monologue for now because.
Oh yeah, I got it on slow mo. I gotta fix it, y'all. Why are you talking like that? I'm like, what the heck? But Trey, what do you think what do you think going forward? Do you feel like the protesting is worth it or just go back? You know, what is your advice to
for them right now? I don't think it's really worth it because they didn't galvanize knowing that it was coming. I guess they believed or felt as if they would be protected in those particular cities. But really, those governors and mayors, they all work for the president. See, they all work for the president. It's the Congress people who can say, yes, we approve or don't approve, but that's why it's checks and balances. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, certain things the president can't do outside of America without the approval of Congress. But there are certain things that he can do in America without the approval of anybody. And he's exercising that, which we've seen this happen to us more than once. What no news talking about old poor black people. They gave the money to the fake Black Lives Matter. They ran off and ninjas ran off with the money and bought and hired white security. So it's time for the regular working black man and woman to start getting themselves and positioning themselves to be in positions that they never were in before. And, you know, it's unfortunate, but would it have ever been a way to do it right? They don't have a lot of time to get this thing together. And they did this in Chicago. This is not new. But we was under the Democratic mind that it didn't get a lot of play. They averaging 700-800 deletions a year with just colored folk, almost about 75% of colored folk. And you don't get none of this play. These people are being shot by rubber bullets. Get out the damn street. Go home. So, you know, hey, it's unfortunate because, again, that party, they allowed this to happen. You let people come over. Yeah. And now we 3-4 look, a lot of these people have been over here since the 90s when they was not giving young black people a chance. And now here it is. So, I mean, it's unfortunate. I wish they didn't have to do nothing with kids, but they're going to support their children. The children are going to support them because they work as a unit. But unfortunately, even working as a unit in this capacity on a larger scale, statewide, nationally, it won't work. It won't work because now y'all don't have us standing by y'all side because y'all never stood with us.
Never.
So,
they don't even like us, like our Chipo and Rashad say. So we not gonna help y'all. Y'all didn't ever see if y'all would have created allies with us, we'd be out there too with y'all, but y'all didn't do that. So we watching.
Yeah, y'all didn't do it.
We watching and in El Chipo's case, she's talking to them, being very friendly, getting their sides of the story. But that's all we could do. Y'all should have linked arms with other, as y'all call it, immigrants, knowing dang well we slaves. But y'all should have linked arms with us. Okay? And then, Trey, I'm gonna ask you this because I want to know how you feel about this or what you think about this statement. America was built by immigrants. I can't remember the rest of the saying, but it was like, this is stolen land. America was built by immigrants. I feel like they're calling people that were enslaved immigrants. How do you feel about that statement?
I mean, that's that some say we are, some say we not, right? I do believe that if I was to put a number on the amount of people here, amount of people not, I'd say it was a few million of us here when they got here. But again, we are sun people. So we were moving around based off the seasons. So just like now, it's summertime and nice, everything in the South. Even in Alaska, some of these cold weather states, it's starting to warm up. So we were moving around. And then in the wintertime, where everybody go? Everybody shot down to Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, and all that. We down there on the coast chilling. So of course, when they got here, they ain't hardly see us because shit, they probably got here. I think they might got here during the winter. But when they write their story, they're gonna manipulate it how they want. What the Pilgrims and the Indians, you know what I'm saying? Like a harmonious, oh, welcome to our country that you don't belong, you know what I'm saying, with your famine and your disease, you know what I'm saying? So they wrote it. We just have to be under it. But today, you know, is a reality. And again, I think it's going to work out for the better, but it might take about a year in 907. It ain't going to be just something over the summer. And they might do this for about, I'll tell you this, by the time the weather start changing, by the time like September after Labor Day, everything will be pretty much calming down. Jobs are going to start opening back up because they know they got to get people working for that Christmas, for that holiday. And even then, it's going to be a little, I think people, especially black people, we can take advantage of it because we know all the shit we thought was balling is fake anyway. So why we got to go spend our money on that shit? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
exactly. And then the sanctuary city is, in my mind, it's a place where ICE can come and identify that there are a lot of illegal immigrants here. If you thought they were never going to come for that city, you're crazy. There's so many times where they have said something and gone back on it. Bro, that's who they are, and that's what they do. The outrage is just, it's like you haven't been paying attention. I know y'all be watching the news, but y'all ain't really watching the news and what's going on in the world. They have said and done things that is just this right now that's going on is not shocking to anybody that's black. We are not surprised. And you thought you were going to be in the sanctuary city and be able to live peacefully under Trump. And Trey, you're right. Why weren't y'all out here protesting before we even got to this point? Now it's too late. Even if you do scare ICE off and they go back, they go away, they're coming back with more men, more soldiers. And Trey, you're right too. It's like any way they would have went about enforcing immigration, I don't think people would have been happy. You know, there's really no way for them to do this in a nice way. Okay, but in this video, Pam Bondi is going to talk about what they're going forward with charging people that hurt law enforcement.
Because of this breaking news, as you can see, chaos about to unfold in Los Angeles, in California tonight. There are people that this country can blame. The fact that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Alejandro Mayorkas and every single Democrat that lied to the American people and said the border's closed, the border's secure, the border's closed, border's secure, and told you not to believe what your own eyes were showing you, they are to blame for this. Add to that, sanctuary city mayors in blue cities and blue states, sanctuary state governors like Gavin Newsome, they allowed this illegal immigration to get out of control, out of hand. And now you see that officers' lives are in risk tonight and property damage could be great. Here now with reaction is the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Pam, we know the restrictions that local police are under, for example, in a sanctuary state like California. They're prohibited to even inquire about an individual's status during a routine, course of work. They're forbidden from holding illegals until they can be transferred to ICE. Federal authorities, federal agencies are prohibited from commandeering local authorities. We do have the supremacy clause. Okay, I get it. Taxpayer-funded health care, education, and other benefits for illegals in California. We know what Gavin Newsom's going to do. I'm not interested. He's not capable of doing the job. He's too ideologically radical left, and he hates Donald Trump too much. What can this federal government do to protect law enforcement and the people in L.A.?
Sean, What we're going to do is we are going to enforce the law regardless of what they do. Look at it out there. It looks like a third world country, and it's not. It's the United States of America. We are not standing for it. Donald Trump won't stand for it. And something else tonight, look at all those great men and women in the LAPD. We are going to protect them. If they will not protect them and prosecute people that abuse the LAPD in terms during a civil unrest under 18 U.S.C. 231, we can prosecute federally people who assault state law enforcement officers with a maximum of 5 years in prison, and we are going to do it. We are going to prosecute them federally. If California won't protect their law enforcement, we will protect the LAPD and the sheriff's office out there. Not only that, we have 9 open cases right now and more to come on assaulting federal officers. The Molotov cocktail cases that you've seen, we've charged 1, more to come, 3 outstanding. The looters, you saw they began to loot last night, going into 7-Elevens, going into drugstores. Typically, you don't charge those. We do under federal law now. Under the Hobbs Act, we are charging robbery. You loot a business in California, you are looking at maximum of 20 years in prison.
Dang, she said 20 years in prison for looting or for robbing a store. And you guys, I think they're not talking about like American prison. I think they're gonna send them over to El Salvador. So I forgot what the name of that prison is, but it's pretty. Latifa, what you got going on? What you got to say?
Oh, I noticed that they remember how I was telling you they put the curfew out, and so they put it because I guess the protest, the people down in downtown, I guess it has not been as peaceful, and so like I think they were looting to the point where I think they were like 23 businesses were affected.
And one night.
I think it was from last night and today. And then they talked about the graffiti. So people are out there and they just drawing all on the walls and, they just acting unruly. And so I seen a post where it said protester versus antagonizer or something like that. And that's what's going on. You have people that are really trying to, fight for the cause. But then you also, like I said, you have people out there that don't know nothing about civic engagement. They don't know nothing about protesting. And so they just out there, lighting cars on fire, writing on the walls. All of that is not ethical. And so I feel like, take them to jail. Whatever sentences is carrying, because they are making us look bad. Like in LA, I ain't gonna hold you. I'm all for the peaceful protesting, but when it comes to you destroying people's property, all of that, I don't condone that. I don't.
Yeah, because you're not making it a safe place for everybody else. And a lot of from what I've been hearing, a lot of the businesses are already kind of struggling with shoplifting during the day from the regular people. So it's just now they got, they're probably breaking windows, looting, robbing. So it is just really turned crazy.
It was the same thing that was happening when they were having all of those fires. People were taking advantage of that, going in and breaking into people's homes,
Yeah.
So the fact of the matter is when you have thirsty people or they hungry and they see an opportunity to come up, they gonna take it, unfortunately. I don't care where you are, LA, Washington State, Alaska, I don't care where you at. They, if that's the type of time they on, then that's what they gonna be about. So if it take the National Guards coming out here to get it under control, then hey, so be it.
And earlier when you were on camera, one of the protesters had a sign that was in Spanish, but when she translated it, she was like, "I don't believe in borders." What do you think about that statement?
I think it's necessary.
For sure.
So what is necessary, or her statement is necessary?
Huh?
You should be specific. Be
I know.
specific.
I think the borders are necessary. That's what keeps us divided, right? I mean, anytime we go out of the country, you like Ferg was saying, like, you have to have proper documentation, right? You go out of the country, you get your little passport stamped or whatever. Guess what? If you in that country and you lose that passport, you're gonna have a hell of a time trying to get back. Because it's proper protocols that have to go, in order to come back into another country. So I definitely think it's important, because if they didn't have the border, child, then it'll be nothing stopping none of them from coming over here. At least the border is kind of like a deterrent for some people, but if it was no border at all, then there would be nothing stopping none of them. They would all be over here at that point.
Yes, they would just be coming over vacationing and shit and going back out the day. Left all their trash and being
they'd be coming over here making all that money and then taking it back over here and investing.
Yes, and taking the jobs again that young brothers and sisters could be working.
Yeah. So I mean, the borders are definitely necessary. It keeps some sort of level of, division and control.
Yeah. Because 907.
Yeah, it's like. What's up, Trey? Go ahead, Trey.
Okay, so let's just say it's time we have to go across the border. Are you walking or are you driving?
I'm driving.
Yeah, they walking.
I don't feel safe walking. That seems dangerous.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They walking. Some of them are paying to be stuffed in a vehicle. They found a couple of hundred of them not long ago. I know it was a tractor load full of stuffed in a 18-wheeler tractor. I don't know if they was deleted or they was alive. I don't remember that part, but they reported that on the news. I'm like, they stuffed them in there like sardines and said,
they go through some crazy measures to try to get over here. Like they like lift the floors of the cars and be hiding underneath the floors. And the Border Patrol, if they have any inkling in that, they'll check your cars and stuff to see if anything is moving or if it's been tampered. And so, because they looking for drugs, they looking for all kind of stuff. And so, I done seen videos to where the Border Patrol will literally open up something and then it's just people just crammed in there. Because that's how desperate they are to get over here. And then a lot of times people are paying, they pay people to kind of navigate them through the water and they have safe houses, where they'll store them and then until it's the next time for their journey to get over here. Cause
it's like the Mexican Underground Railroad.
Yeah. And guess what? If you I've seen cases where if you don't have that money when it's time, because the cartel and all that is really big. So if you ain't got that money when you hit that final safe house, they'll sex traffic you. They like, oh, you don't got the rest of our money? All right, bet. You gonna make your money. And they'll if you a woman, they're gonna put you out there and you're gonna have to make the money. I done seen documentaries about all of that. You know what I'm saying? And the girls were talking about how they didn't know how much they were making. They just had to wait until they said, okay, y'all can go now.
I believe they signed up for that shit.
You think so?
Yeah, I believe they did.
Just to get over here?
No, they did make that decision once they got over here. They ain't had nothing else to do.
Nah, I'm talking about I'm talking about people that let's just say hypothetically it was $500 to cross the border. They make you pay half of it up front and then you have to pay the other half when when you get to over here. And so it's supposed to be some people that maybe that's already over here that's supposed to pay your debt. But if you don't have nobody to pay your other portion of the debt, then you have to work it off.
But how many would you think have $500 to leave in the first place with? men and women, families. Most of them don't have no money. They just have shit in the bag and they walking, and they don't have anything. So to me, it can be highlighted as such, but it's just no different to me. What hey, listen, I'm not talking about people that get sex trafficking. I'm not talking about that. You know what I'm saying? Because people choose to be strippers for whatever reason, but still. You get me. I get over here, right? Okay, I get over here, right? You drop us off. You're gonna drop us off somewhere. I'm getting out of Dodge. I'm getting up through. I'm not gonna be sitting around like where I go next. No, I'm over here. I'm moving, and they already got connect. So,
but see, everybody ain't like you, Trey.
I was about to say it don't work like that.
Self-sufficient.
Yeah, because if you talking about the cartels, like they'll off you. Like they don't even think twice about it.
The cartel too busy trying to get them drugs over here. They ain't got time to be doing
And that's why.
Yeah,
okay, so in this live stream, I covered a 20,000 illegal immigrant smuggling ring. It is reported that they traffic up to 20,000 illegal migrants.
See?
And what they would do is that they would say, if you don't have the money, then we're going to keep you in this house.
See?
So there's a lot of crime also associated with this illegal immigration. There's also a lot of crime.
And they ain't gonna just keep you in the house. They ain't gonna just keep you in the house. They gonna make you work off that debt. The cartel, they don't listen. I seen a documentary where this person was working for the cartel and they was supposed to deliver a package and the package got intercepted by the police and they went to jail. Guess what the cartel did? They went knocked on his old lady door and said, "Hey, look, your dude lost our stuff. Now it's your turn." And she didn't have no option. It was either she run that package or she get got.
Listen, what you're saying is true. What you're saying is true. What you're saying, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. It happens, but yeah, not everybody's coming over here on either.
I know.
See, so that's what I'm saying. So some of them, I'm just speaking from both sides because it's a bad situation, and I'm glad that we ain't in it, and young people ain't out there getting shot with rubber bullets, and you get to go home and cook dinner for your family and watch it on the news. That's all I'm glad. So.
Yeah, it's nice for one time. It ain't got nothing to do with us. And that's why Black people, I think we need to mind our business on this one. We could talk about it. We could, pray for them, give our sympathy. But at the end of the day, like Trey said, come home to your family and mind your business because this is beyond us. You know what I'm saying? And these sanctuary cities are pretty foul, in my opinion, because you made people believe something that you wrote a check that you couldn't cash. You cannot guarantee these people free education, free healthcare, and all this other stuff without the help of the federal government.
Exactly. Wasn't Obama giving all those promises, and where he at? You don't see him nowhere.
They're wrong for this. I feel.
Berg, leave my Black president alone.
Hey, listen, I was rocking with him too until I realized only thing he did was brought in the new female that's taking over for y'all now. LG4. The new version of the sister is now built like me.
Oh, it's them. Okay, I know we can.
That's
right.
all I'm saying. That's crazy.
But I feel like they're wrong for promising these people all this stuff. We're gonna give all that to them, and we ain't even got nothing. That's what I don't get.
We've been having our hand out since when?
And they done skipped over us, they done slapped our hand out the way, and y'all thought they was gonna skip over us, go to y'all, give you all this stuff. Look, these people are. It is what it is. It's crazy, is what it is.
That was wild, man.
And like Trey said, unfortunate. Unfortunate that y'all believe their lies like that.
Yeah, man, but if that's all you got to hold on to, just like we believe the lies, you know what I'm saying? You got a hope and a dream, and it's just big. Here's the crazy part, though. When you really think about all of these sanctuary cities, it does the work for the government.
It
does the
does.
work for the government.
Because they know where to come to.
Exactly. Or
It was a trap.
Yes. And the Democrats government put them in those positions. Come on. You come here. Okay, everybody over there. Well, we going over there. Me, I would have been like, we're going to stay right here in Wyoming and chill.
Look, black people, we already don't trust the government, but you think we gonna fall into this trap? Nah. If we hear a noise in the house, we ain't even trying to go look for it. We don't believe y'all.
And it ain't as bad as it may seem and appear on the news, because in my neighborhood, a hailstorm came through about 2 months ago, maybe. Everybody up on the roof is a Mexican. I see women out there passing up the shingles, helping them take stuff down. Everybody. They building new houses in my neighborhood. They just continuing to build. All of them Mexicans. I ain't seen one black crew member since I've been here at all. I only see nobody black on the trash. So the Mexicans, you know, the ones that's got their paperwork together, they good. So
I feel like these the people that hire illegals in masses, like if you got 150 illegals working for you, yeah, you need to be prosecuted for aiding and abetting, because this is crazy.
Yep, because they could have card, but none.
I thought they should be running with the immigrants or getting locked up with them, because you have facilitated everybody coming over here and being able to get a job so easy. I don't think it's right.
Oh, but the man hires them. So if me, you, and El Cheapo was hiring them, they'd have deported us. Be like, man, no.
Trey, you bring up a good point. If it was us, we would be there. We throwing us in jail too.
Yep, talking about we tax evasion and we ain't hiring the people, and they'd have had us all on the news. A Nano 7, she don't even hire black minorities, and it's a shame and disgrace for the country. They'd have said all kinds of shit. You'd have been like, I'm doing what Herman them was doing. But
But Trey, you bring up a good point. They would have got us on tax evasion. They would have said, because these people are not paying their taxes, it's our fault now.
Yes. They'd have put everything on you and took your own little business. You know what I'm saying?
But see, we know the truth, Trey. We know these people are scandalous, so we're not surprised at all.
I'm not surprised. You're right.
We know they no good, but that's why they tired of going around and around with us. They're gonna move on.
Yeah, because we gonna be here. We here. We was here before they got here, so y'all give us our 40 acres and a mule. And if y'all want y'all mules, I'm buying y'all mules so y'all can come rent.
Yeah, so Pam Bundy is saying that they're going to prosecute these people to the fullest extent of the law if they harm a law enforcement agent. LA, she's saying that LA was not doing its job and not really protecting the law enforcement. But y'all, these sanctuary cities are no more. There is no sanctuary place in the United States, is what this administration is saying now. And so there are thousands and hundreds of people that are going to be caught in the crossfires of this new administration, what they're trying to do. I'm going to play some more of this video and we'll see.
Federal law enforcement officer, no more. As President Trump said, you spit, we hit. Get ready. If you spit on a federal law enforcement officer, we are going to charge you with a crime federally. You are looking at up to 5 years maximum in prison. The cinder block case, Sean. Remember that case? We have breaking news right now. The case where the guy was breaking up the cinder blocks and he was throwing them at police cars. The police officer, the federal officer had injured his hand. He was wearing a mask. The FBI has identified him. Bill Isali, our incredible U.S. attorney out there working with ATF, DEA, and the FBI have been doing a remarkable job. That guy has just been identified, and they are doing a search warrant on his house as we speak. And he has been identified. See his face. He is going to be on, his name is Reyes. He is going to be on the most wanted list. You have broken the news. His face is out there right now. That's him. He has been identified by.
Okay, can y'all see it? Can y'all see it? Let me try to see if I can make it bigger. They identified him by that. Isn't that crazy? I don't know what the type of identifiers they got. I don't know, because you can't see nothing. He got a mask on in every picture. And so from this part, they identified him. That's crazy. So, see, they ain't playing, and they said they're going to get all the people that did anything to the police. And now I think they're going to be facing some years. But you can see, apparently he had a cinder block and he broke off pieces of it and was throwing it. Like, how dumb.
Assault with a deadly weapon.
And you think they're going to offer this guy a green card now or citizenship?
Oh no, he'll do fine. He'll do some time in the Fed. And Fed, you do 85% of your time.
And then after he serves, they're probably going to deport him back to wherever he's from. And I want to say, we say Mexico a lot, but not every immigrant is from Mexico. There are other places like Venezuela, a lot of other places that have immigrants. Mexico is just right next door, and so we always talk about that. I have seen a few Venezuelan flags. Hey, Trauma, how you doing? What's going on, Trauma? We up here talking about the LA riots and protests. We had El Cheapo, who is in LA, showed us some exclusive footage.
So Trauma, salute, bro.
We heard from some people on the streets. We heard from protesters. We heard from the lady in the bonnet. We heard from Rashad.
I'm screaming.
We have been having we did hear from Rashad.
Yeah, Trauma, we had some live exclusive riot protest interviews live through El Cheapo Media about an hour ago. The greatest show ever. That was the best ever.
And Rashad said, send them all back. He said they think they us, but they ain't us. But they want to be us.
They not like us.
And you know what? We thank Rashad for that perspective because he is a young man. That's 19.
Yes.
Everybody up here over the age of 30.
Yes. See, Rashad is what I'm talking about. That's the my son is 22. They have to compete again. My son was working at a warehouse. Most of them was Mexicans, right? A Mexican needed a job and they fired him. So he went there and got another job. Yeah, I mean, so listen, man, salute to Rashad, man. Shit, he needs an opportunity, is all I'm saying. I'm going to fight for young brothers all day and sisters.
Yeah, because he tried to get a job.
Wow.
He tried to get a job at McDonald's one time, and he didn't get it. And one time we went to go get some food, and the lady didn't speak English, and he was like, he was just outraged because he was like, how is it that a person can't even communicate or talk in English, and they wouldn't even hire me? You know, so he is seeing it from a different lens, because he, as far as like, I mean, me personally, I'm over that working at McDonald's. Like, that's kind of like not my forte. But somebody coming out of high school and just starting, that's lit for them. So, but you got these old ass Mexican ladies that's all they could do. you know, and they probably getting paid under the table. Like, I ain't even gonna hold you. You know, that restaurant I work at, you know, the cook, the people in the kitchen, they Mexican, you know, and guess what? They getting paid under the table. And guess what? They getting paid they getting a little bit of nothing too. Cause I be hearing them say like how much they getting paid. I be like, damn, they do all that work and that's it. So, you know, I mean, the washing dishes, like all of that, it be hectic back there. Fucking peeling yams and shoot.
All that type of work make you strong as a young person. Make you appreciate really working, and that's all I'm saying. Get it? That's what we need. Now, ladies, that's what we was doing as teenagers back in the day. We did our manual labor early, so we didn't have to work as hard. Yeah, you don't want to be in a restaurant at 38, 39.
Well, I mean, me personally, I do it because it's just like extra money and it's under the table. I don't have to pay taxes on it, and I only do it one day a week. So you know, if I got a little opportunity to grind, I'm gonna do that.
But see, listen, you using it as an extra resource.
Oh yeah,
you hustle. See, it ain't like you just sitting around. I'm gonna work it. No, you're actually giving back to the world and the community. Think about all the people who don't do none of that and don't even want to go work. So no, salute to everybody. Man, shit.
Yeah, Trey's saying like if it's your main job, but you're right. For our young people, they can't even get these jobs at restaurants or these entry level positions because there are older Americans and illegal immigrants are taking them. It is true. Every job is not in a farm or on somewhere where we don't want to do. There are some jobs that they are probably taking, like Rashad say, holding down, and they can't even speak English. That has to make you like mad in the inside. Like, how can somebody come take my job who is not even qualified to work it? You know, so I can see that perspective, but there's just so many sides to this story. But Trump said he don't give a damn. Everybody going back, and if you got a problem with it, but separating families, send the whole family back, time home and say, they ain't playing. They ain't playing.
What y'all cook?
Y'all think? Go ahead, Chipo.
I said, what y'all cook? I'm hungry.
You know, I have a lot of leftovers because your girl been cooking. I had some of that spaghetti I made, that turkey spaghetti, but I got a lot of like fresh fruit and stuff from the store. She's trying to get my fruit veggie on. Eat the way I need to eat.
Yeah, that's it, 907. And it's good. Listen, I'm still eating like you. I got leftovers. My wife yesterday, what's today? Tuesday? Oh, well, she's cooking again tomorrow, but yeah, we make enough. She made some black eyed peas and some turkey tails, and what else we had? We had some chicken and some rice, and some type of mixed vegetables and stuff. Now we don't eat too much bread no more.
That's good. That's good.
But yeah, you know, she cooks a lot. My wife cooks a lot. I probably throw away more food than we eat.
I'm nosy. I want to know what Coach Furry's wife look like.
You want to know what she look like?
Coach, are you going to show us?
Listen, it's going to be a quick one. So if you don't see it, you don't see it. Let me see.
Look, only on 907 we getting exclusive footage from LA. Coach gonna show us what his wife look like.
I'll show y'all her smile. Hold on. Let me turn my camera on. It's gotta be quick. I'll show y'all her smile. That's all right.
Hey, Coach, let's see the eyes.
She's gorgeous. Ladies, let us see.
Yeah, okay, Coach, you got a light skin.
No, she's about El Cheapo's complexion, if not darker.
She your age?
She 53.
Man, black don't crack. Let us see that again.
She look good.
He do.
It's because
Hey,
she
I
married
know.
to me.
I thought Ferg had like some fat old woman.
No, she
Okay.
She's beautiful.
I don't be playing these streets.
Okay.
I'm just saying, why would you think I have some old, so listen, and I ain't listen, I ain't against a woman regardless of the size. When I speak, I just want y'all to know, when I speak about stuff, I speak about the behaviors. That's it. It ain't about being a size, because you can lose weight. You can, you know what I'm saying? So it's just the behavior that I've seen too many of us losing, and I'm just tired of it. Especially, you know what I'm saying? So yeah.
He lying.
Okay, Coach, we see
I used to get flued out back in the day.
Lady ain't said nothing for a minute. As soon as Trey shows wife, she your wife?
Yeah. We only 3.5 years apart. That's it. I'm 57. She'll be 54 in August.
This is why Trey be at peace, okay? Y'all ain't gonna ruin his peace.
Hey, okay, yeah, I give it to him, man. He look, that's what's up.
Man, shoot, y'all have seen us when we first hooked up, boy. We was like, oh, wait. I had real muscle still, you know what I'm saying? I was still, man, I'm that old guy, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, I'm chilling.
He got him a little tenderoni child. I thought she was like them women that wear muumuus and shit. You know, like
what's a like a grandma.
Y'all gonna give me listen. Y'all can't give me a grandma with no guns like that, man. What y'all talking about? Let's go. You gonna help me? You gonna help me show both of them? And you talking about give me a grandma? I would have had y'all mama and grandmama. Y'all would have liked me back
like
in
the grandma of Red Riding Hood type grandma.
Yeah, she looking good. Okay, Coach. Okay, we see you. See, this gonna give people, they can put respect in your name. They ain't gonna talk about Coach, okay? Coach did everything y'all want to do, and that's y'all say y'all don't want it.
So I got a question. How does she feel about you being on social media like this? Like on these
she listen. Okay, look.
I got the man, okay?
I got lucky. She got lucky. She thanks me all the time. She, you know what I'm saying? She say I'm a blessing. And, you know, I have these conversations with her, you know, maybe tomorrow or a couple of days. We talk about things going around on social media, YouTube. And she asked me, you going online tonight? I'll be like, yes, no, blah, blah, blah. Shoot, my wife go to bed at night. Listen, I have enough fun throughout the day. I'm retired. I ain't got to wait till 5 o'clock to see her. I can say, hey, come here. I'm in the room. Holler at me. You know what I'm saying? I got all day. My day is 24 hours. So 9 o'clock, she sleep, the dogs asleep, the cats asleep.
Coach Ferg,
Trey, we're gonna give you that spotlight. Show us your guns one more time. Talk your list.
You can't show that. I'll show the right. I'll show the right side. I'm left-handed, but I'll show the right side. You know what I'm saying? I'll show all that. You know what I'm saying? I give you a little. Look, it's hard too. Yeah. I give you some Popeye. I give you some at forearm. I'll put the forearm in.
He got a good looking wife, and he well fed.
Yeah, about you too.
That's beautiful, man. That's what's up.
Yeah, that's listen.
Hey, I'm so happy for
him.
Hey, I'm over here smiling. I'm just so happy for him. I love black love. I ain't gonna hold you. I love it.
Don't pull him up. Listen, okay, she had a question.
Okay, yeah, lady got a lot of questions. She said how you catch that fish when you was fishing. Woo! Look, Trey was fishing in the right pond or the right lake, water, whatever y'all want to call it.
But to this, right? When I met her, yeah, I was fishing. And when I met her, the way we connected, we talked. The first time we talked on the phone, it was like 4 hours. And I was telling her who I was and what I was about and how, and she was like, when you're ready, let me know. But I told her what I needed, what I wanted. I just told her any woman I met, if we was gonna have fun or whatever, I told her I told them what I needed. I didn't try to figure out if you was talking to a whole bunch of dudes. I would figure that out soon, because there's no way that they could have handled me and another man. That's what I was all in my head. Whether they were or not, I don't know. But wasn't nobody calling when I was around. Wasn't no, you know what I'm saying? Wasn't nothing. I ain't go through that. And if I saw anything suspicious, I'd just be like, bro.
Okay. Lady Nouveau, I would date a 60-year-old. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah, a lot of women don't have an age. They'll date younger, they'll date older.
40 and 60 is bad. Like that kind of.
Yeah, that's too much. I think 10 years.
Bad, though.
I think 10 years is good. You know, because
I had me an old nigga. He was so old, he wouldn't even tell me how old he was. That's how old he was. Hey, but listen, he was like, look, I just want to take you out. He was like, I want you to wear your legs out. He had like the old people, they be controlling. He was like, I want you to wear your legs out and I want you to wear heels. All right, boom. So I had wore some heels and I had wore a little pencil skirt. And he took me to like the whatever restaurant I wanted. It was the Chart House at the time. And so he was like, I just want to hold your hand. I'm like, okay. So we went, we ate. I never forget this shit because it was so embarrassing. Wait, what happened?
She wanted the whole question.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We just listening.
So I was like, I ordered a little filet, you know, and I ate it. I got the little, what was it? Probably like was it like a 6 ounce or 8 ounce, one of the two. And so I ate that shit so quick, right? That nigga was like, you want another one? I was like, God damn.
Yeah,
you know what's so funny when I be eating? People was like telling me I be eating slow. She like, I would have devoured that whole thing. You wanted dinner there.
Oh,
you
I
gotta
can't
eat
hear
slowly.
907. She talking. Her camera on my end is like circling.
Oh, that's
you're in a
weird. Go ahead,
bad spot.
Craig.
No, you're in a bad spot.
Oh, okay, let me
But
try.
yeah, he was simping for brother. He was simping. Yeah, but see, he was old guy too. When you get old, listen, and I'll say this and I'll shut up to that. Now, El Cheapo, listen. My wife, we talk about this all the time, right? She say, if I go and then everything kick in and you out here single, go be happy. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be happy. After talking on YouTube, I'm gonna go right back to that old dude before I got married, right? And I'm gonna understand the game because I'm gonna let you know I got 40 for the front, 60 for the back. I'm gonna wait till the end of the month to have all my fun because most people be broke towards the end of the month. They're waiting on that first of the month. So yeah, I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna travel around and give me a little van.
40 for the front, 60 for the back. What are we talking about?
I'm just saying though, I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna have fun with my little change.
Yeah, what are you talking about? What are you paying for, Trey?
Hey, I'm gonna have fun with my change. I'm gonna pull up on y'all panels and talk about how much fun I'm having.
Hey, that's
that's it. Y'all gonna be like, what are you be like, hey, I might get
Tracy, what are you paying for? The dinner or are you paying for something else?
Whatever that 40 and 60 get me.
He said 40 for the front and 60 for the back.
Whatever it get me. In the meantime, I'm gonna be doing stuff. I'm gonna be, I like to do stuff. I've never been a like not do stuff type of guy. I gotta be fixing something. I gotta go somewhere. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? But but it's simple though.
40
I got to do stuff. Yeah, I ain't gonna need a whole lot of hugging and loving, and I ain't gonna need nobody to lay up with me and do all that, man. Come on, you got a couple of hours. On back home to the slow kids.
Y'all gonna grow old.
What'd you say?
Yeah, we're gonna grow old together.
I was saying they gonna grow old together. So he said, it's unnecessary.
No, we're gonna grow old together. I ain't gonna my wife leave me. Guess where she go move to? She gonna move to the basement. I read it. I ain't going nowhere. I would never, yeah. She tell me all the time, everything I got, even after my death, she gonna be taken care of. And vice versa. I would never disrespect that.
That's so good, man. Shout out to you. And,
and y'all know what? Coach got married when he was 45, which he don't ever tell us, giving us hope out here. 45 and met the one. So y'all don't give up. But I'll say one thing, Trey. These niggas, they have you tired.
No, they just, y'all was all just born in a complicated time. Y'all born in a complicated time. The brothers that y'all are up against and with, they've been fighting all their life. They didn't have these conversations with other men and young men when they were growing up. Brothers been deleting themselves ever since El Chipo been born. You 907, you was born into it. That's just the way it's just unfortunate because now those kids of 90s, they're all adults now with children. And you see them crashing out on video with their children, putting their children at high risk. And the mothers like you two, who put the child first in its most vulnerable time, it pays off when that child gets to high school. You ain't gonna be no grandmama in your 35 and 40. You ain't gonna be that. Your baby gonna be a little bit more loving of themselves and respect themselves, and that's the greatest gift. I had 5 sisters. None of them was baby mamas in high school because my daddy wasn't having that shit. You come on my house, you had to deal with him, and my daddy was stupid.
Do Coach Ferg always have on glasses when he come on the panel?
Sometimes, but I need them because my eyes get dry. And these are prescriptions. See, the VA give me free glasses, so
I thought you were trying to be cool.
No, I pay for my Ray-Bans and get the 10 and I get the free VA, so I get 2 pair of glasses for one.
Oh, those are Ray-Bans? You should have got the ones.
These ain't Ray-Bans. These are just regular free military. I just tinted them out because I know I'm on YouTube with the screen and my eyes. You know, listen, when y'all get old, y'all gonna have all kinds of the same issues. Don't worry about it. If you 40, 38, you 2 Christmases away from being 40. So you gonna get out of bed.
El Chipo was watching the background. Remember, I was up here the other day and I said, women watch the background. Let's look at what the person's saying. We look at everything.
I look at everything.
But check me out. I got the moles like my mama. I love myself. Shoot, this
Girl,
moles.
I'm so nosy. I'm looking at the reflection on the glasses on his computer screen. That's how nosy I am.
How you doing,
What's up, man?
El Chipo, you be having me rolling. Y'all scroll back to the live stream. El Chipo was giving us live exclusive footage from LA. Even conducted street interviews.
It's the best
Got
live
water from the protesters. Was out there protesting with her for a second.
She even congratulated somebody on graduating. She was a part of the graduation ceremony. She even learned some Spanish.
Yeah, she didn't just interview the protesters. She talked to the black people on the side. And y'all make sure y'all check out her YouTube channel for more Cali living. Always on a vacation. I remember one time I tuned in and she was talking about JP. She was like, look, I'm on the couch right now.
Oh yeah, that was Santa Barbara for Mother's Day. But Peep Gang, I don't even have to fly.
She had to flex in y'all real quick.
I can The nigga will swear I bought I got a living room set because of him, but it ain't got shit to do with him. I actually have furniture in my living room now, but he'll never know. You get what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gotta come on YouTube and be like, oh, look what I got, nigga. You talking shit about me not having furniture. I don't have to do that because, nigga, I came home straight from that. I spent a hell of money on Mother's Day for us to have that little excursion, and came home and dropped money on a living room set. So, like, ain't nobody studying that nigga. Shit.
But El Chipo's channel be having me rolling. She literally be doing everything. Laundromat, gardening, she be at the concert, she be eating crab, just everything. It's on her channel.
You never know what you're gonna get.
And you can even go to work with her. I can show you all that. I'll be right here or in the kitchen or in the room. That's it.
Really shit out of people. I'm proud of it. I feel, just El Chipo ain't gonna lie. The fact that you did what you did, I'm like, that's the best YouTube shit I ever seen. I'm serious. Because, you see people doing interviews and they off to the side, but there's a hostile situation and people are fighting for their life, and you went out there and you spoke to the actual people, and you see and you demonstrated in live time how other cultures work together regardless whether they know each other or not. And then you see Bonquisha and Nug Nug on the side like, well, hey, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But the sister, she's like, shit.
She was very opinionated.
She was. She was. And it was all organic, Like that's what I love about it. Like when you just able to get like authentic, like just people's points of view, like just not scripted and just on the spot. It's nothing like it.
Nothing like it in El Chipo. Because of your coverage, I should actually change the title of this video. When we first started, I said the LA Riots Explained, but because of you, El Chipo, I said the LA Riots and Protest Explained, because there are two different events going on.
Yeah.
So El Chipo, man, we love you over here. I did not expect all of that, though. When we glad you back at home. Yeah, lady, we finna end soon. We've been here for 5 hours, and this is the longest live stream I have ever done. I've gone to 4 hours, but never to 5. With that being said, it's the final thoughts. Let's start with you, Trey. Trey, what are your final thoughts about the LA riots and protests?
Well, again, this is just unfortunate time that all of this is playing out. The spotlights are on those cities, and we in America, so America is always subject to get what's happening in every state. I think that they're playing right into the government's hands, though, as far as getting out there protesting instead of just, listen, I'll have packed my bags and we'd have got quiet somewhere. But, I'm just glad that we can sit on the sideline for once, but also believe that we can take advantage of this opportunity that's going to happen. We just got to find a way to work together in some kind of way. If not, even if it's for yourself, just do what's right. Do what's right by yourself. Do what's right by your family, and move different financially, because after this summer, when this fiscal year hit the new one and everything, because the tariffs got to kick in, and then they'll go back and forth with that. But it's a great opportunity, man, for all brothers and sisters right now, especially the working class. It's a great opportunity. Take advantage of it. Take advantage of it. It'll change your life. I'm telling you, about 3 to 5 years, it'll change your life. But if you don't, again, stop crying, get out the way, because the world don't give a damn about how you feel. Other than that, go get it. Come back and write. Look, I'm going to say this, I'm going to shut up. This is a time right now, like El Chipo, what you did, all of that's journalism. So just the fact that if people just start journaling what their experiences are through life and through their travels and journeys, and then they can come back and tell the story. But I don't know, man. Salute to ISIS. Get them up through.
Trey, tell us where they can find you also.
Oh, you can just find me at Coach Ferg, man. Just old man. I don't fight on my channel. I just give out information and just talk about crazy stuff I see on social media. But yeah, check me out. I do a sports show on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on Black Men Unfiltered. And then I've been summoned to do 2 panels about self-improvement. I do one on Sparta Network on Thursday is at 9:30, but I also do one on evolutionary media at 8 o'clock. It's a man's panel, and we just talk about being better. It's not gender, it's not gender specific. Just talking about being better, opportunities to be better, and taking advantage of the resources in your community. So yeah, catch me at Coach Ferg, man. That's it.
All right, thank you so much, Coach. And I'm glad you came up on this episode. And I was hoping you would, because you'd be having me rolling. You're always welcome on 907 Goodies. And we always have a great time when we up here chopping it up. But thank you so much, Coach. We really love you out here on YouTube. And I knew when you came out, people had to come give you a hard time.
No, LT folks, she ain't giving me no hard time today. She knows she like all this silverback gorilla. Excuse me. Yeah, she knows. Yeah, it's all good. It's a little silverback. I'm a gorilla.
Oh my God.
Yeah. See that guy up there? He was nice. The guy on my avatar, he was a nice guy. I was a nice guy. But I ain't get taken advantage of because I wasn't having that. But I was cool. I wasn't gonna cuss you out and do all that. I might buy you some Mexican coin. I would have bought you a Mexican coin back in the day.
Man, what y'all know about that?
I got this pack of corn from Costco, and I'm gonna make some. I've never had it before. I always saw it though.
Okay, well look, let me say something because I know you're gonna look. I know you're gonna look the order up. I mean, order. My girl, my Wingstop is here. Hold on, but I was gonna say.
You talking about your order?
I'm hungry now.
No, but I was gonna say, you gonna look the ingredients up.
The recipe, yeah.
Yeah, do not put no damn tahini on there because I don't know why people put that on the internet. But if you gonna do it, make sure you get you some chili powder. Like I'm gonna tell you what to get.
Yeah, and red cayenne. It's a little red.
Yeah, a cayenne pepper. That's what it is. Cayenne pepper. That's all. Thank you. Have
just a little sprinkle. Yeah, a little sprinkle on there.
Yeah, not tahini though, because I don't know whoever said that shit was crazy.
Yeah, there wasn't no real Mexican.
Send me a recipe, El Cheapo, on Instagram. But let me get your final thoughts, El Cheapo, because in the morning tomorrow, we're gonna talk about the 2 YouTubers, Vinny and Sin City Manny, I think it is. That's what we're gonna talk about tomorrow. But let me get your final thoughts on this topic.
My final thoughts is, yeah, man, I hope, I mean, whatever happens. I'm just sitting back for the ride. Like I said, I'm just happy they ain't rounding us up and trying to send us somewhere. And yeah, it is what it is. I hope that they can get it under control, and that nobody gets hurt. But yeah, well, it's gonna whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. I mean, they got the ICE people out here, and so yeah, if I was them, I would definitely be sitting somewhere tucked in the basement or something. Nigga, I ain't gonna be outside running the chance of getting caught.
They need to call up Anton Massey and Darren Groves.
You be stuffed somewhere like they be stuffing themselves.
Right. But yeah, that's it. I think for
your food.
Oh, hold on.
Let's see what you're eating on.
Hold on. I was just gonna say, I don't really get on too many panels, but it's pretty chilled over here, man. I could be able to just be myself and let my hair hang loose, and I love that. Hold on, I'm trying to open my food.
And now, Chico, I would say I've never seen you be on the panel for this long. I appreciate that too.
Cause man,
Chico got like 30 minutes and she done.
some panels I be having to think too hard, child. I'm like, damn, I gotta be politically correct, and ain't nobody got time for all that shit. Hold on.
And they want to debate everything you say.
Yeah,
Like, this is my opinion. Why don't I have to? Ooh, that look good.
So these are the blue fries.
These blue fries.
Oh
Hold
my
on,
God.
let me give you the big screen.
Look at it.
And then I got some honey hot rub, chicken tenders, child. That's it.
Give me some Wingstop tomorrow, y'all.
Stop it.
Let's give me some Wingstop. And I'm hungry now that I think about it.
Wait, what happened?
I said I'm hungry now that I think about it. You done made me hungry. What do you dip your chicken in anything?
Yeah, and ranch.
Good answer.
Yeah, what do y'all
All right,
blue cheese?
Huh?
Y'all be using cheese? No, I just look. Ooh.
No, I don't need all that. I don't need none of that on mine. Chico, you wild, man. Men are scared of you.
My goodness. Look, as he was giving us the exclusives tonight. We saw her on the corner with the protesters, with the lady in the bonnet who said the government finna issue out martial law. We heard from her kids. We saw Taylor eat that tomato and spit it out.
That was a whole show right there.
Hey, you never know what yeah.
And Kiki said I like blue cheese. I'm not really a blue cheese fan.
Who said that?
That's Kiki. That's Kiki.
Oh, Kiki, you like blue cheese?
And then lady said, what type of fries again?
The voodoo fries. Yeah, they got the Cajun with the cheese and the ranch. They're so good.
You gonna sleep good tonight, ain't you?
Mm-hmm.
You gonna sleep good tonight.
Hell yeah. I ranch in that chicken like that.
But letting me come up here, man. Really enjoyed you and Coach Bird. It's always a good time. Always a good time.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll be back here in the morning. We're gonna talk about those two YouTubers who had the beef in Las Vegas. Y'all probably heard a little bit about it. But I'm gonna drop y'all down. We've been up here for 5 hours. Y'all know I'll be up here talking all day to the Foodie Gang.
You good? Salute to you, 907 there, cheapo. Salute to y'all, man. Listen, y'all keep taking care of yourself, protecting yourself, man. Y'all doing the right thing, man, and it all pay off from trauma. So salute 907.
All right. Thank you, Coach. Oh, and thank you for showing us your wife. That's another thing. When they come over here to 907 I tell you.
Hey.
They
You
got
ain't
the
seen
difference,
nothing.
and I love it. Okay, Coach, I didn't see nothing.
It wasn't my wife. All right,
okay, I didn't see. I'll keep the secret.
Yeah, cut that out.
I'll cut the secret. All right, Coach. Thank you so much. Lisa, I still don't know what she is saying. That noodle fries. Lady is so funny. I think she said voodoo fries. Okay, y'all. We are going to be back in the morning. We are going to talk about, let me get the name of it so I can have it, make sure I'm saying it correct. Hey, y'all, this is a 5-hour live stream. Y'all make sure you hit the like button, support the channel, Okay, the YouTuber beef that turned deadly between two YouTubers, Sin City Manny and Vinny the Legend. We are going to talk about that tomorrow. I have some videos here. We're going to talk about content creation gone wrong. Okay, the name of it is Voodoo Fries. Okay, she got Voodoo Fries. And then what time, lady said, let me look up what time I have it set up for. Okay. 7:30, but y'all know I'm late. But I'm gonna try to be on time tomorrow because I have some things to do afterwards. So 7:30 a.m. we're gonna be back here. I'm gonna try to get some content set up to come out as well. So we got a whole day planned. Okay, y'all. Check out El Cheapo on her channel. Let me wipe my hold on, y'all. Check out El Cheapo on her channel. Subscribe to Coach Ferg's channel and everything that he got going on. Shout out to Dan, the breaking news man. When we are in the kitchen, I always see him in the chat. This is the first time he's ever hit the panel, though. And so shout out to him. Shout out to Blue from the Foodie Gang Food Panel and some podcast. Shout out to everyone that came through. And I think I answered everybody's questions, right? Yeah, and I'll tell y'all, turn on the notification bell if you never know when we're going live. Okay, lady. Well, if you miss it, you can watch the replay. Which one did I miss, lady? Lady said, lady, I'm always missing something. Okay, yeah, I'm still here. But we are on the way out. Okay, so my time for tea final thoughts is that this is a tricky situation with the illegal immigration. I do feel like it's over as far as sanctuary cities. I don't think under this presidency, America will ever go back to sanctuary cities. It may change in the future, but it's gonna get tough before it gets better. My advice is to self-deport. There was also, I didn't even get to mention it in this live stream. I'll probably mention it next time. A popular TikToker that self-deported because it's a crazy story. I'll get into it next time. My final thoughts are though, stay safe, stay out of the way. And if you are legal, just start making your plan and know that you're going back one day. Okay, lady, send me a story. We're gonna react to it. But y'all gotta give me time. Y'all gotta hold on. Okay, I'm gonna start a third YouTube channel where it is just called Time for Tea. But I'll talk to you about that next time. But yes, those are my final thoughts is that the sanctuary cities are over. It's heartbreaking, but it's here. You know what I'm saying? Like even with the protesting and the rioting, in the end, I feel like these people are getting deported. We'll have to wait and see. And shout out to the people that are being peaceful when they're protesting and that are not looting. And it sucks that the few bad actors are ruining that for them and changing the narrative. That's my final thoughts, y'all. Stay out the way, stay great, stay prayed up. And lady said, yep, because Trump making a choice for us, not letting us be the home of the free no more. If were we ever really free though, y'all, let's just be honest about it. But I'm gonna hit you guys with the outro video. I'll see you guys back here in the morning for some more time for tea. Check out some of the cooking that we did this weekend. And I'm gonna play this video for y'all.
Please hold for a very important message.
And Lady said, good night, everyone. Foodie gang, gang, gang. Or leave a comment in the comment when live ends. And she said, I missed it. That's the wrong one. But she said, good night, everyone. I'll see y'all on the next one. Yeah, y'all stay prayed up, stay out the way, and eat some good food. And I'll see y'all next one. Peace. Foodie gang, gang, gang. 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 This is Chef Big Bang. Thank you so much for watching at 907 Good Eats. Make sure you hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. And I'll see you next Wednesday at 9 a.m. I'm out.